Last week I did it. If that's what you're asking.
Yes, yes.
Also, hey, I'm sorry, I'm in a different place. Do I sound different? Do I need to adjust anything?
No, you sound good on my end.
Okay, sweet.
I do have people's volumes adjusted, so does he like sound good for everyone else?
It sounds decent.
Wow.
Yeah,
I see how it is. All right, thanks.
Okay. As decent as a start. Okay, so let's just do what we did last week. I added an errata during my Sunday game that everyone seemed to be cool with. If you rolled last week to tell the recap of last session, then you can't roll the following week, so the love gets spread around. We'll have everyone but Ben, and probably I think it's a good idea to avoid Cody. So we did get a decent laugh in one of my other sessions trying to get another guy to do it who wasn't here. I just think it would be best if we didn't throw that on him right now. So we can just get D20s from everyone else. And what we're doing here, Cody, is starting last week, I started having people just roll D20s, and whoever gets the highest gets to tell the recap of the session. And then if I feel like they do a good job, then I'll give them like a chance to re-roll a die at one point during the session before the outcome gets announced.
Okay. Hey, those items?
Yeah.
How do I get to them? I'm in my item sheet, my inventory and all, but you said something.
Oh yeah, just the should be the items button, little sidebar on the right hand side. Just drag them over there.
Well,
I have a quick question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish that.
What were you saying, Cody?
What I mean, where are the items? Where do I drag them from?
From the item sidebar on the right hand side. If it's not there, then you'll need to add it in the options. You remember how to do that?
Okay, I see it now. Yeah. Okay. And you wanted me to add what?
I think like hide and a falchion would be good. But I got them for you, so we don't have to worry about it. But now you know where it is. So if you need to grab other stuff, you can later. That's a good starting point. Okay, looks like David has rolled highest, so you get to do the recap for last session.
Give reds. Let me want to say first, right? Or go. All right. So we stopped at the right after the fight. We went to the Rusty Dragon, met the nobleman. I can never remember his name. He invited us to a boar hunt, which we agreed to do. Most of us rode poorly to get there, but successfully managed to make it to the hunt. We wandered around for, I think you said 5 hours after we did relatively poorly on our survival roll. Managed to encounter a boar. Took down the boar. My little gnome sorcerer managed to get the killing blow. We came back a couple hours later after they dressed and stuff and had a feast for everybody in town off of the boar meat. We visited the sheriff who was out and a couple other places. And then the next day, the sheriff came by to see us and asked us to help with a grave robbing problem that they had. They were worried something might have happened, and took us up to the church. And here we are.
Pretty solid recap. I'll give you the reroll for the session. The name of the nobleman is Aldern Foxglove.
So, quick question with the reroll.
Yeah.
So like, say we we're attacking, and with the way Fantasy Ground works, it just tells us automatically if it's a success or not. So does that mean we can't use that reroll for attacks?
I think that's the one exception, since it automatically tells you. You can use it for attacks.
Okay, That was just my question. Perfect.
But like before you do any of these rerolls, just let me know you're using them. 'Cause I don't want to like see 2 clicks and be like, oh, that's a misclick. Just do it again.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I'm gonna share a map with you guys in case anyone doesn't have it pulled up. This is the crypt you guys are going into. A little bit of details that were maybe forgotten. This crypt, the crypt of the previous father of the town, his name was Father Tobin. He died in an accident about 5 years ago when the church burnt down. Killed him and his daughter and burnt the church and an adjacent building down. And then they rebuilt a giant cathedral that you guys just walked through to get back here. And this is like one of the only like actual crypts back there. There are very few of them. It's mostly just headstones like there normally would be. And we talked about this last week for a moment. This crypt isn't to scale. His crypt is not this big, but it's for the sake of the encounter you guys are about to be a part of. Because otherwise it wouldn't be entirely fun. And this is where I kind of wish I'd talked to Cody a little bit earlier.
Go ahead.
So we kind of talked about the hero at Sandpoint idea, right? Because it's
Yes.
not just the 4 players that are heroes, like there's 8 of them in town.
Yeah.
So like having you be another one that just wasn't in the town square. Are you cool with that idea?
Perfectly fine.
Okay, then I think what will have happen is like maybe you're already down here, and we'll start you off like basically unconscious, having already been attacked by by these skeletons. Presumably you came down here either doing your own private investigation or at like the behest of someone, with the
Okay.
exception of like the 2 people that have been brought up so far, so the sheriff or the father, the 2 that know this is going on. So maybe there's another patron that you can or don't have to reveal.
All right.
But effectively, just like everyone else, you are one of the 8 heroes of Sandpoint who helped defend the town during the Swallowtail Festival like a few days ago.
Gotcha.
Cool. Then I'm gonna throw you super far away. We're gonna have you be I think we'll start with disabled in case you like feel like you absolutely need to do something. But we're
What?
basically just gonna have you like slumped against a wall, beaten and bruised, all bloody. And just to like reestablish the vibe, since it has been a week, I'm gonna give you a description of the desecrated vault, as they call it. It's weird that they don't call it a crypt, because it's I guess to be a crypt, does it need to have multiple bodies? Maybe that's why
I believe so.
maybe that's why they're
think
calling it a
so.
vault.
Like something like something dedicated to a single person is normally like a tomb or a mausoleum.
Yeah, maybe it's just weird wording on their part. Maybe they just thought that was a cooler encounter name. Okay, so you guys stepped in down this hallway after you opened this giant stone door. Very like dusty when you come down here, and a little moist, and you can hear in the distance as you're going down the stairs the dripping of water. Sounds like someone didn't build this tomb properly. And as you guys were walking forward in this like darkness that is currently being lit up by one person right now, thank God a lot of you have dark vision, or thank the gods. I guess there's multiple gods that are being worshipped here. And as you're going down the tunnel, Aldic just sees 2 like shambling skeletons carrying weapons and wearing armor. that notice him as you guys approach each other. No surprise round. One thing I need to ask is, Cody, you could roll initiative. That would either be on the main page towards the top right next to your armor class, or under the combat tab of your character sheet in the bottom right.
Okay. And that'll be the 20 die?
What was that?
That'll be the 20 die?
No, it should just, like, on your character sheet, there's a button that says initiative.
Okay.
You know where your strength stat is on your main page?
Yeah.
So to the right of that, it says initiative. You can just double click that,
yeah,
or
okay.
click and drag.
Okay. There we go.
And there we go. Bada bing, bada boom, we got a pizza. Okay. First people to go are going to be our skeleton friends. And as soon as it senses movement, you see it begin to shamble forward. You can hear the sound of the bones chipping on each other as it moves. And so you are currently disabled, Cody, or at least, is it supposed to be Crodrus, right?
Protus.
Protus. Okay. You're currently disabled, so you can take a move or standard action, but if you do, you'll start bleeding out.
That sounds exciting.
Normally, that's the case. Obviously, if there's anything special you have, you don't. You replaced your Orc Ferocity. So, if you want to use a move or standard action, you can, but then you'll start bleeding out. But you definitely hear, like, people walking down the tunnel, and you see these skeletons that have been basically following a very like similar pattern since you'd like crawled over to this corner. They start reacting toward it. They both start moving over there.
I'll stand my ground and just wait.
Okay.
I'll take defensive action pretty much.
So now we're gonna talk about a little bit of something for you. In the top right, there's that combat tracker we talked about before. You remember where that is?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you pop that up, in the bottom left of the combat tracker is a little white arrow pointing down with a black background.
Got it.
You click on that, it'll end your turn.
Got it.
Cool. And you're gonna see the other skeleton do the same thing.
All right.
Purely reacting to something down the hallway.
Alrighty. Raucous will take a 5-foot step here. Target this guy. Raise the old bow. Oh, wait, hold on.
What?
Never mind. I'm gonna step more forward because I can use my precise strike if I do that. I don't have multiple actions yet, so there's no reason to take a 5-foot step.
Unless you're worried there's invisible enemies around you.
You know, they can take their attack. Sorry, this.
No, so like realistically, this room's supposed to be like a little like room just barely big enough for like his sarcophagus, and then to stand like barely stand on either side of it. But they were like, that's not gonna be fun for combat, so let's just give him a big ass empty room.
And I miss.
I mean, you're definitely not wrong.
Admittedly, it's really hard to hit a skeleton with all those holes in them.
Yeah, arrows, they're narrow. They go straight through the ribcage.
Yeah. All right. Old Deck seeing skeleton's coming towards him, gets him all excited because he's ready, because he feels like he's ready to smite some evil. Oh, so Old Deck's gonna take a 5-foot diagonal step and then 10, 15, 20 right up to this skeleton that's shambling, moving closer to him, and he's gonna take a swing at it and hopefully smash this skeleton in one, destroy it in one hit. Where's his weapons at? Skills and
It's definitely a
actions. There we go.
possibility.
Come on, kill him in one hit. No, he's not. And I think I did that wrong.
Oh,
Yeah, you forgot to target him.
Yeah. All right. It's just clicking on the token to target him, right?
Control click.
Control click. Okay, it's weird, not letting me.
Popped up.
There we go. Oh, that's the. I can't seem to get it to.
well, you've
highlight
definitely
the
you've
skeleton.
had it multiple times, but you've also targeted yourself now. There you go. If you need help, like looking at the combat tracker can
Okay.
help.
When you do that, do you do it from the combat tractor or do you do it from the map?
I do it from the map, but I've heard people say you can do it
Okay.
on the combat tracker.
Yeah, you can do both.
All right, I was just
But you'll see the
Alright.
pop-up on the combat tracker. It'll say target and then whatever's name.
Alright, so did hit, and God, I keep forgetting every session. I gotta roll the damage itself.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go. Oh,
Before you say it, John, I have a feeling you're gonna go for the head. Am I correct?
not this time. It's their heads are not nearly as big as the goblins, but Aldec just takes a big horizontal swing at this skeleton, and I imagine it hits right in the base of the spine, and you can see the skeleton snap at half at the contact point, and it tumbles to the ground into pieces.
I think with the force you're applying and like how fragile this is, once the necromantic bonds have been broken, the bones fly like up to 15 feet away by the time your swing's finished and all the bones have hit the ground.
Nice. And Aldec is just excited to kill something that he thinks is worth his time. It's like, yeah! And he ends his turn.
Hey, you know what? You're doing this all for Torag and for your Divine Order, but that doesn't mean you can't have fun with it, right?
Right.
Well, Denton, when he went down to the crypt, he assumed there'd be some sort of a skeleton type thing, so we were ready for this. Then Aldec just murdered one in one hit, so I was going to do something, but not sure if it's worth it. So I'm just going to run up to this other skeleton. Currently, from where I'm at, I don't see that there's another non-skeleton person here, correct?
Can you not see one?
Well, we see him on the map, but line of sight physically shouldn't be able to see him.
As heck, it would be me running just up to heal him, but I'm just going to do combat because I don't see him.
Oh, dude, can you not?
We can see him on the map, but like with line of sight, our characters wouldn't see him.
Okay, so like if
Yeah.
you have your own token clicked on, you can't see him.
Now I can that I've moved.
Oh yeah, because you only have you didn't have
Like,
fucking light that
human
reached
vision
all
or
the way,
whatever.
did you?
But also walls. But yeah, I've moved 25. I can go one.
Yeah, because you only have what is it? Is it 30 feet of light? I think you're the one who had it. Let me double check.
I put on all deck shield, I believe.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense because the coloration's around him. It's kind of hard to tell on this map because it's like lots of dark grays and greens, so they kind of bleed in together.
All right. Well, I'll just run up here, shield drawn, and I'll double move, I guess. And that's where it will end.
Maybe in the future we don't put it on people who have dark vision if we only have one source.
I mean, admittedly, I was
But he
leading.
was in front.
I
That's why,
was in the front of the
sole
party.
reason that I did it.
Right?
Yeah.
With an intelligible chance, I cast Magic Missile. Didn't expect to kill it with the crackle, and it hits the skeleton in its torso, and it poofs.
It was an accident. Trying to roll this down. So
Okay. That's the end of initiative for now.
If we're out of rounds and I see somebody that's dying, I'm going to rush over to heal them.
Do you? I don't think you do. No, there's people in here that can see him. I just don't think.
Yeah.
So I'll just stand around.
All right.
I mean, you can
and
see him all, Cody. You have dark vision.
I do have dark vision.
And all that is that's excited about destroying
There's a-
2 dead skeletons. Is like, yeah, that was fantastic. And he turns his body to the left of the tomb. That is some fantastic. Oh, there's someone in here.
There's a fleshy one.
Yeah. It might be a zombie. Quickly, let's kill it.
Should I stab it?
Well, let's wait to see before we go with the
Let's not
description.
all-
There.
And orcs and
stabby, stabby.
goblins are known to socialize with each other.
All deck, prepare smite evil.
All right, can I try to make a heal check in order to stabilize the dying? Is it half orc? Yeah, looks like
yeah. I guess I should have let Cody answer that, right?
I have to ask. Is it a green half orc or is it a zombie?
Oh yeah, this would be a good time to describe your character, Cody.
Ashen gray, about 6 foot tall, long hair with decorative beads in it. Teeth protruding from the bottom of the bite. Stocky build. Very distinguished gentleman.
Very distinguished looking half orc. Very
There you go.
very old and wizened looking.
So he's
he is-
like
Crazy thing
technically
is,
not.
only 17.
Wow, you look much younger than you do in your portrait, admittedly.
He's had a long life.
It's been a rough 2 years since
That's
I
actually
left the
just
house.
bone dust. He's killed a lot of skeletons today. So he's disabled. He's not bleeding out right now. So you don't actually need to heal him, but I think you can tell that he has like multiple stab wounds and a couple bludgeoning wounds. And he's on like the brink of life right now.
All right. I will cast Cure Light Wounds on him then.
Thank you very much. Hopefully that helps.
There it goes. So yeah, I'll hold my holy symbol up and shine a little light on it and cast Cure Light Wounds. And then touch your body with it to seal the gaps that the stab wounds caused.
What's going to be back on my feet and excited to get back to killing skeletons.
At this point, I think my character would assume that you were the one that was possibly trying to rob this place. So I'm going to start asking you questions once I know you're stable.
Stable.
I'll try to like sit you up and be like, "What happened to you? Who stabbed you? Was it the skeletons?"
There was too many of them. Finally had my back put against the wall. Too many stab wounds. Was too inflicted. I had to take a rest.
We're here to investigate the disturbance in this crypt. Are you trying to rob the place?
I've heard of the disturbance before, and I've came down to investigate myself. Stupidly. Alone.
Well, you're not alone anymore.
It's good to finally have a team.
I'm Denton. I'll try to
I'm
shake your hand.
Protus. There you go. I shake it.
I'll lift you up. So did you find anything other than the skeletons down here? Or?
Yeah,
I don't
it
think you
only
had
takes a
time
couple of
to.
stab wounds to put me down.
Yeah, I don't think you had
Okay.
time to look around because, like, realistically, this tomb is like at best like a 15 by 10 with a sarcophagus in the center. But like you were jumped immediately by skeletons.
Just get shanked in the prison yard.
Alright. And while Denton is taking care of our new half-orc friend, let's see. Where is perception? It's under skills. Aldec is going to take a look around the tomb, see if anything is askew, except minus any sort of skeletons obviously popping out of the tomb, and see if there's any sign that we can, any clues that we can discern from of this tomb being raided, so to speak.
Okay, give me a perception check.
All right.
Okay, yeah, I think the most obvious thing, like now that the hubbub has calmed down, is that it looks like the sarcophagi itself has been opened.
Aldic's gonna walk over to the open sarcophagus and take a look inside and see what is or what isn't there.
There's actually nothing in there.
Is there like any sort of like imprint or something, like of a body being there?
I don't think so. It depends on like your like. So this is actually something kind of interesting that I learned from playing D&D and people asking these questions. It actually depends on the process for which you go about preserving the body and what kind of material you put it on. And I'm pretty sure I'm on a watch list for looking into stuff behind this.
Sure.
Oh.
But well, yeah,
Alright.
because if you start asking questions about like whether or not you can tell if a dead body's been in places, the government might worry about that.
Right.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there are any like imprints down there, but there definitely should be like a body or some kind of remains here.
All right. And we were told that something was stolen from the tomb, correct? Or might have been.
No, so the sheriff and Father Xantus were expecting like worst case scenario that a goblin had like tried to flee down here, like broken in and then, stayed down there. So that was the worst case they were thinking of, was like a goblin or two down here. But there were no comments of like theft.
All right. Okay. So we have effectively a tomb with no body in it.
Is there dust inside that tomb?
I don't think so. Like no more than would be in the rest of the room, right? Because this thing just got like opened up like sometime in the last, like probably 12 hours.
Okay, that was my question. Like, had it been open before we came down here for centuries, and well, I guess not centuries, but for 5 years and collected dust, or has it just collected what it would collect over the last since it's been opened?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think that's something you guys could tell.
So obviously this is new. It's been opened recently. I guess that's what I was trying to verify.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Should we inspect the skeletons so that we can? I don't know. Denton's gonna try to ask for the person with the source of light to come up to the skeletons to investigate them, see if it was someone in this crypt.
Alrighty, and Aldec is gonna point his shield over at the remains of the skeletons.
Yeah. Now that you're like lighting up this side of the room, you actually see a robe off to the corner, kind of behind the skeleton's remains.
Aldec is going to grab the robe, and inspect it.
Okay. I think you see like a black robe, sized for like a medium humanoid of some kind. And there are multiple patches that look like they've been torn off.
That's weird. Who would leave this ratty old thing in here?
It's a good question. We should check to see if there's any footprints leading one way or another, or of any discernible size, so that way we can judge what else has been here. Skeletons don't tend to wear robes.
Is the robe actually worn down, or is it just missing patches?
It's just missing patches, and it's kind of weird that there's patches because the material's not missing behind it. It's like something was stitched on there. And anyone with knowledge arcana who's checking this out can roll a check if they want some information.
Yeah, I'd like some information.
Yeah.
Okay. Osgik, this is definitely like a low level, and this goes for Rakus as well. This is definitely like a low level robe of bones, which lines up because there's 2 patches missing and you just killed 2 skeletons.
So that's a magical item. I detect magic to confirm.
So it doesn't have any of the magic imbued in it anymore. Once you take the patches off, it's no longer like magical in any way.
Okay.
You know it should if it still had patches on it, but it should radiate magic, but you don't see any patches and it's not radiating magic, so it's used up. This was a very cheap one.
So we have a tomb with no one in it, and a once magical cloak that doesn't have his magic anymore, and a new little half-orc friend. And I don't know how about the rest of you, but unless you who can all suggest something that I might be missing, I think we should get back to Father Xantus and report our findings.
Any handprints on the inside of it?
Possibly Father Xantus can stitch up the rest of your wounds. Crodris.
Perfect.
I'm Osgik, by the way. I mentioned to Curtis.
You guys don't need to worry about actually using the map. You can just tell me when you're gonna leave. There's no more combat, so and there's no like where to go that you haven't been. Like I'm not gonna make you guys walk out of dungeons when we're done exploring them.
All right. I guess we're leaving.
I appreciate it though.
All right.
Maybe if it's a small dungeon. Okay. when you come out of the tomb, you'll see the sheriff actually start walking towards you, like he leaves his post by one of the doors. When he, gets within a distance for which he can just, talk in a regular voice, he'll ask, "What did you end up finding down there?" And he kind of looks over whoever's at the front shoulder, back at the half-orc.
Nothing but skeletons and a tomb, an empty tomb.
And this well-meaning, curious adventurer, speaking of him, Crodrus here is leaking. Can you help him? Oh, do you know where Father Xantus is?
You can probably actually see him in the distance, standing by the other entrance, the one the sheriff wasn't protecting.
I'm gonna attempt from afar to wave him down.
Yeah. He notices you like gesturing over to him, and then he starts walking in your direction.
I'm just gonna silently point at the wounds and then look up at Father Xantus.
There's some time in between the two, so if you guys want to keep talking with the sheriff, you can. I mean, he definitely has questions for you.
Yeah, I'd explain to him we found a rope of bones in there and 2 skeletons, so we put down. Also, there's nothing inside of the tomb itself, like where the body should be.
Tomb robber. I don't know why they would take bones. What were
Maybe
you
for a
doing down
ritual.
there, Crutus?
Investigating,
By yourself?
getting stabbed. Yeah. Being a half orc, orc side of me kind of took over. A little arrogant.
Maybe next
Went
time
down in there by myself.
bring a few of the other heroes of Sandpoint. That would be wise.
It's greatly advised. Duly noted.
Was there anything else you found down there?
No.
Nothing out of the ordinary besides an empty tomb.
Just the open sarcophagus and a row of bones. Rakus, did you want to check the tracks before we got too far?
That's a thing that can be done. I do also wonder if anything else was buried with the old father. I know sometimes the religious bury relics or close items with them. Is that a possibility of why the bones were rubbed?
Most people around here are only are only buried. Most people around here are only buried with the bare minimum of clothing, sacramental at best.
Most people around here probably are not buried in a vault either.
The father was an important man to the community, but he was buried in his priestly robes.
Very
Forgive my forwardness, Sheriff, but you said the father was respected by the community, but at the same time, did he have any enemies or do anything that might be deemed as controversial in the eyes of someone?
Like I said, Father Tobin was a beloved man. He didn't create enemies.
We're all thinking.
No, go ahead.
We're all thinking that someone came in here, opened up the tomb, and stole the bones. But we just witnessed necromantic activity. What's to say the lid wasn't moved from the inside? What's to say that he didn't walk out on his own volition?
Father Xantus and his clergymen would not let necromantic taint seep into a place like this.
Aside from the 2 skeletons.
Aldeck kind of looks at the robe of bones that he has. I think you're doing a terrific job. Then.
Your sarcasm is not appreciated. I think you can, being a man of the church yourself, understand that an outside resource like this is very different than traditional necromantic taint that you would find in, say, a desecrated tomb.
Right. And
I can take a robe of
apologize,
bones
but
anywhere. I could take a robe of
Right.
bones into the church, the holiest of places, and it would still work.
still, clear.
They're
Still, we have a
clergymen,
whole
not
lot of
guards.
questions and not a. Sorry.
Not going to stand here and let you insult the godliness. Kind of just gestures around. Sorry, I'm not one for words, but you get the point.
I meant no
Forgive
offense
my.
by it.
Forgive my forwardness, and it's just my frustration in having a lot of questions and not having a whole lot of answers. As far as I can tell, someone stole a body and planted skeletons to make sure anyone who was snooping around and wouldn't and, and leave the tomb. But I don't understand why someone would do it unless there's something I'm missing about this former father, or maybe perhaps not knowing about some enemies that he might have had.
I've come to the same conclusion you have. I have all the same questions. This is what happens when I've given you all the information and we share it amongst ourselves.
Would you like us to continue to investigate what happened down here, or can you handle it from here?
I would ask for now that until the commotion in the town has died down, that you and the rest of the Heroes of Sandpoint, I don't know how many of the others you socialize with, but I will reach out to them, that all of you would stay in town until, well, everything goes back to normal. It would be appreciated. It's a lot harder to keep people's mind at ease when we're down so many.
Would you be against us asking around to see if someone recently sold this previously magical item here in town?
We
Or
don't
is that
have
something
any...
you want to take care of as a sheriff?
You can ask if you like, but we don't have any shops around here that provide those kind of items.
Good to know.
Sandpoint is prosperous for the size of its town, but nonetheless, we don't get enough through traffic to support any kind of place that would have magical items in it.
And where should we wait for the other heroes?
Did you need to speak to them?
I thought you were going to bring us together.
No, I said I was gonna ask them to stay in town as well.
Then I guess it's time for lunch.
Yeah.
It's probably not. It's like pretty early in the morning. Remember you guys just had breakfast?
It's time for lunch.
Oh,
He doesn't
okay.
Half work
He
says it's
doesn't
time
know
for
about
lunch.
second breakfast.
It's time for second break.
He doesn't. He doesn't know about second breakfast, Tom.
Clearly not.
Just before then, is Father Xantis there yet?
Yeah. He should have showed up a lot earlier, but we kept talking.
It's okay. I'll try to get him to heal him. Crowdress.
Yeah. I think he immediately asked is everything okay? Were there any goblins down there?
No goblins, just a whole lot of skeletons.
Thank the gods. Did you find anything?
A rope of bones and an empty tomb.
This
Did you
is
just
most
thank the gods that
disturbing.
there was a bunch of skeletons?
Oh,
Skeletons.
He's a secret priest of Urgathoa. Get him!
You see like a legitimately offended look on his face.
Sorry, out of character, he said there were no goblins, but there were a whole bunch of skeletons. And then the priest goes, "Oh, thank the gods."
no goblins.
I mean, I said that to the goblin response, but whatever.
Yeah, I figured you just didn't hear the skeleton part.
I definitely
So
didn't.
that's why it was funny on our side.
I don't know. Could a priest of Urgathoa heal this well? And I wink.
They could bring you back from the dead.
Right. Who says a priest of Urgathoa couldn't has channel positive energy?
I'm a forgiving
Probably
man,
the rules of the book, but
and you are the heroes of Sandpoint. But I will not let you insult the father in this manner. I'm very quickly beginning to think it might not be a good idea to have these heroes in town.
We could leave.
We've been through a lot.
It's been a long morning being stabbed and all.
And the father looks
I
over at you,
wink again.
Curtis, and he was like, "Where'd you come from?" As he like leans over to try like looking over your wounds.
Well, I heard information about the crypt, so I came down to investigate.
Can we sense motive to see if that's truthful? I suppose we didn't originally.
I mean, yeah. You could also just ask, is he telling the truth?
But isn't sense motive like the proof to that then?
I mean, that's like based on your intuition, so it depends. Does he think he's telling the truth? Do you think he's telling the truth? Yeah, roll it. That should definitely be in the tower. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't done anything so far to suggest that he's lying.
All right, so I internally feel that.
It's not always weird that that's a skill where I can be like, this is how your character feels.
right.
And yeah, he's able to cure light wounds on you once or twice. It doesn't actually matter. He can heal you up to full. Just for the sake of it. Yeah, so he'd have to do it twice, but after the second time, your wounds are completely healed. You have no more cuts or bruises.
Thank you for the aid. It's good to be back on my feet.
And when he is healing you, you basically see like what looks like purple clouds kind of follow his hands with like sprinkles of various colors as he kind of rubs them not on you but like above your wounds in the shape of them, and they just heal as his hands pass over you. Is it safe for my acolytes to go down to the tomb?
There weren't
Should
any
be
more
at this
skeletons in
point.
there.
There's no more skeletons that the priest summoned.
Sheriff, I don't think we should be so hard on them. I feel like they were just jesting with me. He kind of looks around to see if that gets confirmed.
See, see, the father gets it.
There's still suspicions to be aroused.
Man.
Well, if it's safe, then I'll go get some of my acolytes and we will reseal the tomb.
Alright.
If we're all done here, I said we go back to the crap. What's the name of the Rusty Dragon again, and we can review our notes or wait until the sheriff has something for us to follow up on.
Okay. I wouldn't mind seeing if we could hit the academy here either at some point.
Right.
I mean, you did just get asked, even though you were very rude immediately after it, to like stick around town and kind of help keep the peace. So like, if you're just chilling in the inn, that's probably not going to get accomplished.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mic was cutting in and out during the session, so
Like, you guys
Alright.
have very quickly become like important people in the town, so people seeing your faces would help.
all right. In that case, I guess we can do some patrols, talk to the people, and see if we can find anything on our own. Then.
Maybe go to the church and ask around there.
It's not far. We're basically on it.
Right.
Yeah, you're on church grounds right now. The graveyard is the backyard of the church, or the boneyard, as it's
Okay.
called.
All right.
There's
I didn't know
actually
that part.
a map I can share with you. Yeah, this is the map of Sandpoint. This will be a more useful map as of right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see the giant cathedral in the top right. You guys are in the boneyards behind that.
All right.
So it looks like there's housing for the church just right beside it, right?
What was that?
Is that housing for the church beside it?
Not all of it. I mean, some of it is,
Not all
but
of
not
it?
all of it.
Okay. I don't know, maybe go into town, ask for suspicion, see if they've seen suspicious activity with anything. Maybe if they
Right.
know of anybody who knows any necromancy spells.
Most people that use necromantic energy would not be willing to reveal that they do that because
Okay,
it's
wait, I'm
generally
sorry.
not
Not the
allowed in
necromancy.
societies.
If there has
Is
been
that-
any activity to do with the rituals or so. Anything seen, anything heard.
That's a good call. Imagine being a devil worshiper, like back in the Middle Ages, and going around being like, "Yeah, I worship the devil." It's a good way to get hung up.
That's a pretty good point.
Right.
I mean, I guess it's more plausible in like a fantasy game like this, but still, it'd be dumb to brag about that or even reveal it to strangers.
Well, not
At
necessarily
least-
bragging. Someone could have done something
Okay, yeah, seen someone
in the
that's true.
shadows. You know,
Yeah.
not everything we do in the shadows stays in.
right. Aldeck would probably like to go and walk around town and ask everyone from city officials to maybe like beggars on the street if they notice anything strange these past 2 days during or after the attack.
Okay. What's everyone else want to do?
So
Honestly, group, they mind if I went to the academy, see if they got any information about any potential necromancers in the area
I'd
that
probably
are
go.
rumored.
I would go with David just as to be there, and I like academies also, even though I like shooting things.
An
Go with my
academic
public
archer.
opinion to help ask questions around the city.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'll go with
a
the
dwarf
library
and
group
for-
or the
Yeah.
academy group.
Okay. We'll start with the academy just because that'll be a lot quicker than, going around town and talking to a bunch of people. When you guys head on over to the academy, which I'm sure you've walked by a few times, we've talked about like the garrison, for example, so I'm sure you've been out by it.
Mhm.
I guess I can give you a little bit of information about the academy. Like, you guys have been in town for a few days. Seems like you've been interested. Presumably, you've talked to people about it at least a little bit.
My character definitely would have.
Yeah. Okay. So this academy doubles as an orphanage. So the guy who runs this place used to be like an adventurer back in his day, and he took all his money and then he built this academy in town. So he kind of just takes in children, that either don't have families or people that pay to have their children, taught here. And most of them that end up, learning here, end up living here during that time of their lives. So it's kind of like two separate things that have like melded together based on this man's interest.
Okay.
And
What is this man's name?
so when you walk up to the academy, it's one of the bigger buildings in town. It actually has a couple stories, and there's two very large wooden double doors at the front of it.
I knock.
There's actually like glass panes behind it. No one answers, but you can see like a lady at like a desk in this big lobby behind the
Okay, I
doors.
push open the door then.
Okay.
Hello, can we come in? Shout out to the lady.
Yeah, she looks up. You see her stop scribbling on a piece of parchment. Hello. Welcome
Hi.
to the academy. Is there something we can help you with today? Do you have an appointment with the headmaster?
No, but I was wondering if we could ask him some questions if he's got some free time, or if he doesn't, can we make an appointment to see him?
Well, I can ask the headmaster. I'm sure he'd love to talk to Heroes of Sandpoint. Did he mention anything specific he wanted to talk to you about, or is this something on your part?
Something on my part.
Okay. Well, just give me a few moments, if you like, few minutes. If you wouldn't mind just staying somewhere in that lobby, I will be back shortly. Hopefully with the headmaster's response.
Okay.
And then you see her like speed walk kind of to the like back left of the room where you see one of these two like sets of double doors. It disappears behind one of them. As you guys look around, there's a big open lobby with like 6 different benches just spread around, hugging different walls. There's actually a few plants that look really well groomed, like tall, skinny trees of some odd variety. You can see that they're colored with like a light like purple like hint to it, basically, is the best way to describe it. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like purple ferns before, but that's what they are, just groomed in a very weird, tall, like slender shape. And then there's two like hefty sets of stairs on the left and right side that lead up to a second story where there's kind of a walkway that wraps around the east, west, and north walls, and you can see a bunch of doors up there. And it's actually really empty and quiet in here.
And with it being,
Academy full
or-
of learners.
what was it?
So much for an academy being full of learners.
They're probably in classes at this point of the day.
Yeah, that's actually fairly reasonable.
There you go.
But hey, I thought you were walking around town.
Sorry, you're right. I got caught
Okay.
up in it.
Yeah, after a few minutes, you see the receptionist walk out with an older man behind her, and she opens the door, letting him walk through. Says, "Mr. Ganthus, these are the heroes of Sandpoint," and she gestures towards you. And this older man, a little bit shorter, definitely human though, with very gray hair, with just the thinnest like on his mustache and just the teeniest bit of his beard right below his chin. You can see like this line of just like barely black hair that's left. And he comes over with this like hand that he puts out like way before he gets to you guys, as if he's trying to shake it, like shake in your direction. And he says, "Welcome to the Tundarok Academy. My name is Ganthus. I'm the headmaster here. I heard you had a few questions for me."
I reach out my hand to shake his. I'm Oscar Gerthron. Yes, if you don't mind us talking somewhere a little privately.
He's like, "All of the students and teachers are in classes right now. But if you wish, we can go to my office."
Sure.
Lead the way.
So you just end up walking back down the doorway that the receptionist and the headmaster had come from. And when you actually look down there, you see it's a long hallway with like half a dozen doors on either side. And it's like the first one to the left he walks up to. He opens it. As he's walking in, you guys all come in behind him. And you see a very tight room, definitely not meant to accommodate like as many people as you have, at least comfortably. There's only enough chairs for, well, there's like the headmaster's on his side, and then like 2 chairs. Normally there aren't that many people in here. Not that it's like claustrophobic, but it's definitely not meant to accommodate more than like the people he's talking to.
Okay.
Rockus would stay standing, probably close to the door.
That's
flop
not
down
hard. You
lessons.
just need to stand in the room to be close to the door. It's very tight, and you see on either side of the desk. The reason this room is so tight is because there's more of these large ferns in the corners closest to the door, and then there's 2 bookshelves that are just packed.
Okay.
Is there anything special about the ferns? Or is it like just a symbol of the school? Have we seen anything emblazoned?
They're not common to this area. This isn't something you'd regularly see. So I mean, I would consider them special, but that's kind of up to you. They're not native.
Got you. Do I know where they're from?
You gave me a knowledge nature. I would give you an answer. Or knowledge geography. That's just a different way to approach it. Yeah, no, you wouldn't find something like this in an environment like this. You would need to get you'd stay on the coast like this, but you'd need a lot more mountainous lands. So you'd have to take a little bit of a journey to find a place where you'd be able to find ferns like this. Definitely still within Borussia, though.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Like, clearly they can, climatize to this area, but you're not going to find them around here. They're just probably imported.
So, sir, thank you for having us here. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you, if you like to assist us.
Oh, I have roughly 35 minutes until the next class is finished. You can have 30 of those.
I'm sure we won't need as much. Osgik, take it away.
We were wondering if you've heard of any rumored or not, or not verified, or any of those sort of anybody dealing with necromancy or necromantic energies in the area.
It was a very disturbing line of questioning. Unfortunately, I cannot help you in that department. There are no known necromancers or rumors of them around here.
Excellent. It's good to hear that there's none of those nearby.
Why did you come to the academy asking for this? It seems a strange place.
In Magnamar, academies also deal with magic. I don't know if you do the same here. So I figured I'd ask here, see if you've heard of any of some unsavory, like mages or anything odd happening other than the attack at the Swallowtail Festival.
I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place, my friend. We don't train anyone who specializes in the magical arts here. This is a humble place of learning. We try and raise young children to be productive members of society.
Okay.
Do you teach history here?
Of course, all of the major heartbeats throughout Galarian, specifically within our region, and there's a much larger size of Varisian history taught here.
Has there been any previous necromantic attacks in the area?
No, there's nothing like that we teach around here. At least nothing within my lifetime, or major enough to transcend that.
Nothing that you teach. Is there anything that you don't teach?
No.
Would one be able to find a book on said subjects?
There's a chance over at the cathedral. Your line of questioning is worrying me. Is there something I should be keeping an eye out for?
No, I don't mean to worry you. Most likely, we're just used to academies of a different type, being from Magmar.
You've come to my academy asking me about necromancy, and now you're telling me I shouldn't be worried?
There was a minor undead issue at the boneyard that we took care of.
But now that it's finished, we just want to make sure.
We're trying to go through all avenues, trying to figure out if anybody knows any information.
Due diligence.
Through approach like this is appreciated, and it puts my mind at ease that there was a minor incident that you've taken care of. It is disturbing that necromantic energy has been able to taint the boneyard so close to a holy place. I will keep it in mind.
Father Xanthus seems to have that part about the necromantic energy under control. We dealt with the minor residue of it.
Well, thank you for your time.
Of course, gentlemen.
Thank him for his time as well. And I guess hop up out of the chair.
Do you let us past you, Ruckus? It's a small room.
You definitely need to like move out of the way at the very least, or like get out of the room for them to to pass by.
So
You're
I guess
basically
we'll
standing behind
awkwardly-
them where they got into their chairs. Okay, we will hop over to our two fine, I'm gonna say young gentlemen. They're definitely not old. You said you just kind of want to go around town, talking to everyone, seeing if they know anything
Right.
about like necromancy, right?
Uh, something about necromancy, or if they notice anything strange between the goblin attack during the festival and now. So
Okay. Do you guys want to do this like together, or are you gonna just split up and go different places of town?
What do you say, together or split? Probably cover more ground that way.
yeah, we could probably cover more ground if we split up.
Yeah,
So
that's the
I
main
guess
reason I
we'll-
was asking.
yeah.
Okay.
Is there
Is there a specific section you
Ano-
wanted to cover? Your own, and I cover another
let's see.
section. You cover north, I'll cover south.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll probably be good.
Okay.
And yeah, all deck will take care of everything from the, I guess, everything north to the town hall, and then Crodius can take care of everything and to the south. Or we can
Interesting.
split the town in half down the middle.
That'd be perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get some knowledge local checks from you guys.
All right. I think Aldeck just has a general knowledge check because all he's got is nobility and ability and religion.
Okay. I have a feeling, I'm pretty sure that's the case for Grodris as well.
All right.
I can just give you basic knowledge from around the town that you'll pick up throughout the day then.
There you go.
Yeah, when
Nope,
it
nope,
comes
nope.
to like,
I didn't.
sorry. But what's up with the D20?
Thought you wanted. I thought you said like knowledge rolls we were supposed to roll in the dice tower.
I didn't say for the
Like
knowledge rolls
perception and
generally.
knowledge rolls.
But
Alright.
like, if you don't have knowledge local, there's no point rolling it. Like you can't
Alright.
technically roll knowledge skills untrained, unless you have something like there's stuff that like dwarves and elves can get to do it. There's a few other ways to do it.
All right. I get. All right, and yeah, I'll guess with I'll take the general knowledge then.
And I mean, I'll narrow it down to
Meet someone
specifically what you guys are looking for.
Okay.
Right.
I think you pick up not much more than what you already have when it comes to like a knowledge of Sandpoint's local rumors. Like there's a couple different like local like town boogeymen that we've discussed previously. Down your line of questioning, I think there is some new pertinent information that like might be helpful. You guys haven't really talked about it before, but there is a gang in town. Clearly degenerates. I mean gang in like the degenerate variety, not just a group of people who hang out together. And they actually own the mill in town. They're called the Scarnettis, which is actually a gang throughout Varicia of like lower end criminals and crooks.
Scarnetti.
Yeah.
Hey.
And you can find out that the
where
leader.
Is the,
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna ask where the mill was on the map because I see a manor or with a name, but I don't see a mill.
It's actually right next to the manor, and that's not on there intentionally. There's actually a few buildings that aren't on here. And the like local leader of the gang, actually a man that I don't know if any of you know personally, but I'll give you the name of him. His name's Drubriel Vishki.
Drubriel Vishki.
Yeah.
Right.
And him and a lot of his associates hang down at the feed bag quite regularly. The Fat Man's Feed Bag. It's one of their more popular taverns in town. It's where a lot of the
All right.
less reputable people hang out.
I thought we should go check out the tavern.
And yeah, I guess unless we want to wait for the rest of the party, me and Crotus will go into the feed bag and start asking questions.
We could wait for the party.
It'd
Kinda
probably
gang
be
up.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd probably be better to wait for the party, but admittedly,
Just in
all
case
that could be
things
the
get out
kind
of hand.
I feel
Yeah,
like you don't even
admittedly.
need to wait because like what you're doing is gonna take way longer than what they're doing. Like,
Huh.
you're just combing
Oh,
through
okay.
town, going to different people and asking questions. There was no direction there, so I'm kind of just like guesstimating that's gonna take longer than them walking 10 minutes to an academy
Yeah,
and
you're right.
spending 5 minutes talking to someone. And I think another piece of
Alright.
information that you'll find out during your
So
talk
effectively, the
throughout town
information
is
we
that they're actually
got
not
was the
called the.
Scarenetti gang.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't realize I was speaking over you.
No, go ahead.
There is a piece of like misinformation you've received. They're not actually called the Scarnettis. It's just the Scarnetti Mill is associated with them. The actual name of the like local gang is the Scasarni. It's probably just someone who like doesn't really know what they're talking about that you talk to.
All right. So we've so we haven't learned a whole lot, and then
I think is everyone else gonna go like try and look for their associates, just chatting up people in town?
I feel that would be incredibly difficult, and I'd probably go back to the Rusty Dragon or ask what the other two want to do.
That's fair.
Yeah, having not set up a predestination, like a time when we would meet up. Once it gets closer to lunch, I would reaffirm that I want food.
yeah.
So back to the Rusty Dragon then, or
Sounds so. We're getting food there, and it's
Yeah.
tasty.
So I guess all that can. Oh,
So it's gonna actually take you most of the day to get all this information.
all right.
It's gonna be like dinner time by the time you've acquired all of this.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's one heck of a gather information time.
You mean coding the whole town? Yeah. So
I'd have adjusted that based on like you guys making rolls, but this is an uninformed, like, just you walking around town asking stuff. So not the same level of tact as someone, say, trained in knowledge local would have.
Or
all
diplomacy,
right.
who's able to get information from people.
That's another way to go
Right.
about it. Generally
Nice.
speaking, though, that's
Didn't know I
not
could
how
use
they do it in Pathfinder.
All right. All right. So I guess as over, I guess like all deck and Crotus could spend like all day till like about, I don't know, like 4:30 in the afternoon on
Oh, it's
gathering
definitely gonna be
information.
later than that.
Oh.
You guys started this at like you were like woken up pretty early in the morning, right?
Yeah.
It was like 7 in the morning. Then you went and did all your stuff at the church.
It's probably going to be a 16-hour day.
No, I rolled and you guys got like 10 hours to find all this.
Okay.
It was a really high roll, but that's what I rolled.
All right. So 7 p.m. I guess.
A little bit earlier than that, but you know, close enough.
Yeah. All right. So, if Aldeck meets up with Crotus to share what little information that he had, and I don't know if Crotus had anything else special to add, but I think we can both agree that it's essentially a large or goose egg that we came up with, and then
I actually wanted to do
no,
something before you all
that,
linked up.
yeah.
Specifically with Crotus. Let's just throw a hypothetical out there for your Cody to ponder over with your character.
Understood.
How would you react if, say, a young woman came up to you and she told you that, like, my dad's not home right now and we're having a rat issue in our house. There's a big one the size of the dog that I swear I just saw, and I was wondering if you could help me.
This town's got bigger problems to worry about. The rat issue.
That's fair.
Mm,
I mean, you're a dick, but that's fair. Seems very unhappy.
two of the lesser
Literally
evils,
nothing
baby.
happening in town right now. I'm fucking busy.
There's town guard.
No, I could go take a look.
So was that not in character then?
No, I could go take a look.
Okay.
I'll go check a look.
Well, you said that there's bigger things in town, and I thought that was in character. Well, I said all that. I wouldn't have said all that.
Learning your lesson from going alone earlier today, you now go alone to help with the rat.
Hey, I'm not getting stabbed by rats. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully, and there's...
It's only a rat the size of a dog.
Yeah. So that would, like, would be a dire rat is basically what she's talking about. Which is not like crazy. Like if they're not maintaining their cellar, or if the rats just don't have a better place to hang out in, then like, a cellar makes a pretty good warren for rats, even
Housing
bigger
for
ones.
rats.
I'm sure you guys have all had rat issues before. They'll fucking live anywhere.
Yeah, not the size of dogs.
Yeah, well, this is a fantasy game. And it's not gonna be like a husky-sized rat. It's gonna be like a beagle.
She, honestly, she sounds scandalous, and they thought that she, it's kind of suspicious that she would bring up that her father isn't home and all. I choose not to go. I go back to the tavern with my party.
Okay. I think you can see like a hint of fear in her eyes as you refuse her, and then disappointment, and then it turns into frustration as she kind of like storms off down the street looking for someone else.
Maybe she can use her wilds to pick up somebody else to kill some rats.
Another mark against the heroes of Sandpoint. I'm starting to make a checklist of positive and negatives that I didn't think I needed.
Kind of like a karma system.
No, just like a list of things people would know about you guys type thing.
These guys are complete dicks.
Hey, don't worry. In my other session, in my my longest running Rise of the Runelords game, the first 2 sessions they were complete and utter assholes. Then the third one they got better, but they ended up recovering because they got rid of all the assholes in the 4th session. They stopped socializing with them. Turns out hanging out with ex-cons doesn't help your reputation.
Well, I don't think necessarily that was a dick thing. I think that was just more of straightforward and blunt. It might have came off as that.
Well, yeah, like you guys are the heroes of Sandpoint, so like I see your pragmatism, and I think quite a few people would, but like you're supposed to be like protectors of the people, and you just refuse to protect one of the people.
Guess you better get some rat traps the size of dogs.
Okay, and then, as was stated previously, get back to the inn. The 2 of you swap your information with each other, and I assume the 3 other party members are in the inn right now. Still, you guys just hung out at the inn for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Like it's a big
What ab-
old goose egg.
Looks like
This
Kiefer
turned out to
disconnected.
be.
What about the mill? You said there was a mill involved. Well, the name of the mill. You said a group of people were involved with the mill or so. Is there a possible way we could investigate that area or so?
We can use diplomacy for gather information. Yeah. All right.
No, I know it's an option. But this comes back to one of those, like I've brought this up before. There are Pathfinder rules, and then every AP at various points is like, disregard Pathfinder rules. This is what you're supposed to be doing. So this is one of those cases.
All right. All right. Yeah, there was the gang, but I think as Jacob pointed out, that was a bit of misinformation, wasn't it?
He did say it was misinformation. About the
Yeah,
mill.
like
Yeah.
you probably talk to multiple people, and then you see that like Scarnetti isn't the name of the gang. That's the name of the people that own the mill and the manor, and then the Scasarnis
Mhm.
is actually the name of the local gang.
That was the name, the Scarnies. Yeah, there's a lot of names to keep track of. Alright.
Yeah, you guys are in a town of 700. Like what? I'm not gonna just give you 5 NPCs.
And right. And I don't know. After huffing it all day, hey, I think in Aldec's mind, he just wants to get some food, drink, and hopefully good news from his other party companions. And so we can go to the Scarnettis tomorrow if we have no other leads.
Wonderful idea. Food sounds great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't really think on an empty belly.
Right. And so Aldec will lead Crotus to the Rusty Dragon and look around for his party members and just kind of sit on the table, kind of exhausted, if not downtrodden. And I hope your her trip to the academy was more enlightening. I mean, than the whole day. Hey, walking around on the town appear to be.
Not really. We didn't really get much information.
In Aldec in general just kind of lets out a very obvious sigh. He's getting visibly frustrated by all these dead ends that he's finding.
Didn't y'all talk about a library earlier in the academy?
We asked them, and we don't think they have any books on the subject. Most of the
Okay.
studies they do there are mundane, unlike a lot of
Okay.
academies we're used to.
He said that if there was any books about necromancers in the area, that we'd have to check the cathedral if there are any.
And so both of us came up with nothing. Those your effectively took less time than ours.
Well, we searched one building, you searched several dozen.
I get the feel, and that everyone in this town is empty-headed. No, no, no offense to anyone who might have lived here that is present, but
I don't know. We're strangers. They might just
no,
not want to talk to us.
Generally speaking,
Right.
if you have
Or
to
we
say
haven't
no
found the right
offense,
person.
that means you're being offensive.
Luckily, none of us are from here, so no offense.
right.
So just to confirm, we're all currently at the Rusty Dragon. Are we having a meal, or?
Yeah, they got back around dinner time, I guess it would be.
So they've basically
Yeah,
skipped a meal. I think we went early in the morning to the cathedral and early, I don't know, before, like, between classes at the academy. So we probably had lunch and waited for them till dinner.
Mhm.
Any other leads then? Any other things we should investigate, or should we let the sheriff know that our searches were fruitless?
He didn't actually like he wanted us to search anything. He just wanted us to be seen.
Yeah, we should go out and see if anybody needs help tomorrow.
Right.
I think we were able to reassure the headmaster that we're doing our jobs and helping the town.
Let's see if there's any other, like, I guess you could say mundane problems that other people would need help with.
There was a woman that had a rat problem. Maybe we could all go together and check.
And,
You happen to get her name?
and
Or where she lives.
Or how big of a rat?
Size of a dog. We probably.
that's an
She's probably spread enough information around. We could probably ask for whereabouts may be.
that's what we call an ROUS.
A rat of unusual size?
I knew someone would get it. And
Well, we probably want to deal with that. Unless one guard
Right.
deals with it overnight.
right. As much as I don't find glory in being a simple pest exterminator, or perhaps we should take care of this lady's rat problem. If only to seem more approachable, I guess. He says, hugging his mead.
It'd probably be a good time to call it. Get up in the morning and just get a head start.
All right, I agree.
That's what I'll be doing.
Okay, it's probably getting darker on this point. Or if it's not already dark.
Crodrus, if you need a room, I'm sure Amiko would be able to help you out. She owns the Rusty Dragon here.
You're already staying here, Crutus.
I don't know that.
I know, but now he needs to know that.
Oh, okay. Do you need a room, Crodus?
Did you die on us, Cody?
We'll put his body in his room and pass the day.
Roll his body up the stairs.
Surprisingly easy for a half-orc.
The
Expected him
wounds,
to
they
be
were more
heavier.
severe than I thought.
Eh.
Something went for the head.
I don't know what happened. I'm gonna just assume he goes, like, he just hand wave it real quick, you know, he does his various pleasantries with all of you, enjoys his meal with you, and then he goes to bed the following night.
All right.
All right. Do 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 do.
If we need to wait for him to get back, should now be when we take our break, or
He's
I mean, you guys don't
like
have to wait. That's why that's part of why I run with 5 people, is so we're
yeah,
missing one. It's not really a big deal.
looks like
Yeah.
Cody was typing in Discord for a second.
Yeah, I just sent him a PM. He says he's in chat. If you can hear us, Cody, we can't hear you.
he just left and rejoined? Can you hear us now?
Guess I should type him that in case he actually can't hear us.
Yeah, it disconnected me or something, but it said that I was still in, and then I tried to rejoin, and it said that I was still in, and I still couldn't hear anything. So it gave me kind of a similar issue a second ago.
Oh, okay. Discord's being a butt today.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll let him know since it seems like I don't think he can
Yep.
hear us.
Tell him to completely close the app and give it like a couple, maybe a minute or so, and then it let me back in finally.
Yes. One of the more entertaining aspects of doing games online, technical difficulties.
Yep.
Okay, I sent him that information. What do you guys want to do the next morning?
Eat breakfast and probably go find out about the rat problem. Go general area where they were at, I guess, if they remember.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you guys all have your own individual rooms? Just out of curiosity, is there like a time like that you guys normally wake up?
As a cleric, I'll probably try to wake up a little bit earlier than the others because I have to prepare the spells. But don't we get knocks on our doors?
Yeah.
Or
I don't think you like there's a set time that Bethana would come in to be like, hey, cleaning service, but that wouldn't be until like 10 o'clock.
okay.
Mhm.
So before we ate, we probably should have said when we met, but I'll get up bright and early, prepare my spells, and then look for the rest.
Alright.
It's the kind of thing like we didn't talk about it, but if you want, like you can ask like Bethana, since she's the one who interacts with the rooms most often, if she like would wake you up in the morning at a specific time. Like she's up earlier in the morning than when she starts the cleaning, so she could definitely get you up in the morning.
And I'm fine just like waking up at like around dawn.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Right. So Aldeck will don his armor, walk on down,
I
and agree.
don't think you will. Uh, sorry.
What?
I think what's actually gonna happen is Denton, very, very early in the morning, before the suns come up, I think you get like a loud knock on your door, and you hear a woman's voice outside. Is Denton in there? Denton?
Yes?
I'm having a major issue at my house right now. Could you please come outside?
I'll open the door, I guess, and look and see who's talking to me.
You see this woman, her eyes darting up to you immediately, this look of panic on her face. And now you can see there's a baby in her arms that's like crying, not extremely loudly, but you know, just how babies normally are when they're upset. God, kids are the best. But moving on. And she says, I just found my husband in my son's room. My son had been talking about a goblin. Can we just get all your friends? I'll explain once we're all together. We need to get them quickly.
Right away. Are you hurt?
And you can actually see, just looking at her, she does have bite marks on her and a few claw marks.
Okay. Would a heal check be able to identify what bit her?
Yes.
I'd like to do that.
As you're like walking over the next door, presumably like waking people up. Yeah, it looks like she has goblin bites on her.
Well, yeah, I'll rouse the rest of the people and be like, goblins again. This time they're going after humans. Please, follow me.
Alright, I'll put my
Alright.
boots on.
Ankle biters again. And yeah, Aldeck will get his armor all on. before coming down.
Can I roll a diplomacy check to influence her mood and calm her down at all?
Yes, but like, I'm gonna say it'd
You
be
have to-
harder now just because she hasn't really like told you what's going on, so you don't you don't really
While
have
we're
a
waiting
full
to-
grasp of the situation.
Sure. While we're waiting for Aldec to put his armor on, I figured she would be freaking out trying to get us out of the door.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys,
yeah, she's kind of seems very worried that like you guys are taking the time to do that. But you hear call for someone named Aaron, and you see a little kid show up down the hallway. And she says, the last few days, Aaron has been talking about a monster in his closet. You know how kids are. And he'd been stirring up his dog, Petal. She'd been barking a fit every night for the last few nights. You know how dogs are. They pick up on their owner's emotions, reflect them. Assume that was going on. Husband checked out the closet 2 nights ago. Nothing wrong with it. It was just an empty closet. He went to investigate it last night. Some nights he stays in the room with Aaron. So I assumed everything was all right. Very late at night. I didn't realize was a few hours ago something bad had happened. Aaron just came to me and told me that he'd been sitting in the room making the commotion he had been the last few nights. He told me about his father. At some point in the night, his father had checked the closet again. And Aaron found his father face down in the closet, covered in blood, not moving. And this is like, it's the same mannerism, like the same speech pattern that I'm saying, but obviously a lot more panicked. This comes back to the whole, I don't want to mess up your guys' eardrums since we're using, microphones and earbuds.
Mm-hmm.
She's just getting more and more frantic and distressed.
Yeah.
She's telling the story. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to see if I can find Amiko to watch over these people while we go investigate their house and then find out where her house is.
Okay. Miko is definitely in her kitchen. You can hear that.
Okay, yeah, I'd run down to the kitchen and ask for her. Actually, I'm going to knock on the door because every time it's been closed, right?
Well, there's no door. There's just like a door frame. It's like a separate room.
Knock on the door frame and say, Amiko, I'm sorry it's late, but we need your help.
It's actually like fairly early. It's like really early in the morning. But I guess that could be really late too, depending on how you look at it. Like, no, I wouldn't let most people step behind the bar. What do you need help with?
There's been another attack, it seems, and, well, the survivors need guarding while we investigate the scene.
They need to be guarded.
I'm just,
No.
they stay here.
She
Will you
comes
look
around
over
the
the-
corner and you see her. She has like a short sword in her hand.
Comfort them, because it seems like one of their member, the woman's husband, has passed away.
Gods, there's been some kind of accident.
We're not sure yet, but the sooner we investigate, the more likely we'll find the culprit. Please.
Well,
can you watch
Get out
over
of here then. Of course they can stay.
Thank you. run back upstairs and see if Aldeck's got his shoes on yet.
And do you know how long it takes to? Yeah, he's all ready to go. Oh, so, oh, who'll lead the way, Denton?
If everybody else is ready,
All packed.
Ready.
let's set out.
Where you guys
The
going?
woman told us the house, correct?
No, you never asked where it was.
I declared it, but I didn't specifically make
Pardon,
it. But okay.
pardon me, ma'am, but can you tell us where your house is?
Yeah, and she says, of course. Head down just past the Carpenter's Guild. It's the last house before the next intersection.
Carpenter's Guild. All right.
Is it locked? Do we need a key?
No, I didn't even think of doing that. I just ran outside the building as soon as I could. I knew most of the heroes were here, so I came to get all of you.
I'll introduce the woman to Amiko. This is Amiko. She'll take care of you. We'll be right back.
No,
Treat her to anything she wants on my gold if you have to.
Miko like waves at the lady, and she's like, "It's sorry for what I heard, Emil. Please come down. I'll cook something for you."
We make haste to the address.
Yeah. Make haste to the house.
Okay. Yeah, you guys you walk over to the building and you see the doors busted open. She didn't even bother to close it.
Guess we don't have to worry about
Really
a key
was in a
after all.
hurry.
Is it dark in the
Really
house?
was in a hurry.
Yeah, there's no there's light coming in from the door. But it's not pitch black, but there's no light source from inside.
Should I use dark vision?
It's more of I'm gonna cast light on somebody's shield again, I think.
There you go.
All right. Yeah. All right. Everyone follow me, and Aldeck will walk into the house for her shield up, hammer ready. And said we were looking for said that the issue was in the child's room, correct?
Yeah, and I think it's actually not hard to find because when you walk in the house, it's basically like this big communal room that serves as like kitchen and just like the area that you guys would be in most of the time when you're not in your room. And then there's like a short hallway at the end. There's a closed door, and then there's two open doors at the beginning of the hallway that like lead into rooms. And when you come around over to said hallway, you can see that the door to the left has the room that's presumably the one that Emil was just talking about, because there's a closet door that's open, a body that's partway into it, face down, blood coming out of it, and you see Petal, the dog, on the bed with like a dagger in its ear, definitely dead.
Man.
Should we
All right, Aldeck.
inspect the dagger?
Yeah, it's a small dagger.
For like fingerprints or so.
I think that's a little bit beyond your capabilities. There's definitely like grime on it. Like it looks disgusting.
Okay.
There's no fingerprints on it.
It sounds like the dog is definitely.
Like,
But is the human breathing? You said it was bleeding.
Yeah, no breath is coming from this person.
To rush over and try to heal him quick while there's still time, possibly. Can I do a heal check to see if he's alive.
Yeah. The amount of blood would suggest no, but occasionally that's not the case.
Yeah, so
Yeah. This is a cold body. This person's gone.
Aldec's going to check the closet. If it's close, he'll.
No,
Oh.
it's open and part of the body is like drug into the closet. So like as soon as
It's
you
in the closet.
part of it, yeah, like the front of it. And when you open the closet up more, so it's like everyone can see in it. Like there is a hole underneath the closet that part of the body has been drug into.
What the hell is this?
Anyway. And I assume it's not big enough for any of us to fit in, is it?
Well, like if this body's down there, presumably you could like squeeze down there like part of it is.
I look around for something small and like tossable.
There's probably like some kid's toy in there.
I pick it up. I cast light on it. I ask one of the bigger people, "Do you guys mind moving the body? And I'll throw this down there and see if we can see anything."
Get it right out of the way for you.
Yeah. Yeah, Aldec will help move the body out of the way.
Okay, everyone can roll initiative.
Shit.
You
Alright,
like pull the body out of the way, and you just hear this like a gnarly like growl mixed in with a yell as a goblin lunges out at you.
Little ankle biter. Oh man, none of us rolled particularly well.
Sorry, disconnect.
You gotta roll initiative if you didn't.
It's still loading Fantasy Ground. Sorry.
It's all good.
Oh, a full disconnect. Okay. You just meant Discord.
They're mowing the lawn outside, and I think I don't know what they did. They hit the power switch or something. The lights flickered. My internet went out, and now it's loading back in.
This is one of
Oh,
those
man.
maps I brought up, kind of like the one we just used. It's one of the maps that this happens with fucking every campaign, which kind of bugs me. But they don't always provide you with maps for encounters, so they decided for this one they were gonna reuse the Swallowtail map, but just like a specific part of it. I'm gonna drag you all onto it so you can see. It's gonna be towards the bottom right, next to remember those carts that were on fire? That's where you guys are gonna be.
On my end, the suspense was killing me. It just went silent. I tried to do the heal check. What did I find?
He's
Oh.
very dead.
Okay.
The body's been
No,
dead for a while.
yeah, he's been dead for quite some time.
I asked them to move the body because I was going to throw a child's toy that I enchanted with light into the hole that the body was partly in, and that was where a goblin was hiding. So we're rolling for initiative.
Good. No.
Possibly the last goblin in town. There ain't none of them civilized goblins in these parts.
How did it get past our defenses that during the war?
Huh? Like
During
during
the battle, how did it? Yes.
Yeah,
the initial battle.
they came into town. No one ever actually inquired about that, but goblins are
Really?
sneaky. It is known.
Okay.
All right, I'm in.
That might be like a good thing to check out, though.
Yeah.
Because from like the perception of all of you, goblins just came in from like the north towards the cathedral, like presumably from like the main gate, and then up from the south, where like a safe assumption would be like across one of the bridges.
I've got everything loaded. Is there a map I should look for? Or
I think I just shared it.
perfect. I rolled initiative.
Cool. I'm gonna open up this building. I think that is open up to you guys now. Is it? It says it is, but it's not. Whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. There we go. There's a goblin that pops out of the closet. It's a nice little small room. So have at what you will. There isn't much when it comes to fucking moving around. We'll start initiative off with this screeching goblin popping out at you. I'll actually give you an image associated with this. That's Aaron in the background, as well as Petal and the goblin.
Yeah.
Petal's like I think they were trying to do one of those ugly, cute dogs, but it just doesn't do it for me. It just looks like a disgusting little muscly rat.
Yeah, it looks kind of strange looking for a dog.
Camel dog? Going on with his back.
I
Yeah,
think,
that is pretty weird.
I think he's supposed to be hunching his back up, but yeah, it looks like it's just got a humpback.
Yeah.
He's got a good defensive arch.
Discover life.
Making himself look big. Or herself. Sorry, herself. And like I said, the goblin will jump forward at whoever's freaking closest, which is presumably one of the people, pulling the body out.
I think it's either me or Crotus.
Our holy men over here.
Mhm.
And it has nothing but like a dagger on it, which I think lines have already been drawn where the other dagger comes from, but they look very similar. And it tries lunging forward at you and kind of gets stuck in this hole that it's partially in. It doesn't even reach you. You don't even have to try and dodge it or parry it.
Right.
Trying to climb up a hole?
Well, it's like popped out of it. It's not climbing up it.
I'd like to use command on it and have him drop his weapon. On its turn, it would drop whatever it's holding. It cannot pick it up until its following turn.
Yeah. Just roll for it. I do appreciate you describing it, though, because there are some people that don't know what that is. Nice. What is it? Have we seen Denton use command yet? I think we've seen him use it and fail. I don't think we've seen him use it and succeed.
He tried it on the Goblin Dog Rider guy, but Val just in a booming voice yelled, "Drop it!"
And the goblin looks over at you, and yeah, you see the dagger fall out of its hand.
And I'll pass the turn.
Maybe like a surprised look on its face.
I pull my two-handed weapon out, ready for battle. That's pretty close to me, isn't it? Since I was picking up the body.
Yeah. Yes,
So I can probably go
presumably
ahead
it's
and
really
swing.
like that. Something like that.
Okay.
Based on where I said the doorway is. Because there,
Okay.
like I said, there's not that much room around here unless you guys want to get on like the bed.
I'd probably not do that with a dead dog.
Yeah.
I'll pull my two-handed weapon out and swing for its head. Let's see. That would be the initiative, correct?
No. On your actions tab.
Yeah.
You should see your weapon and then like a yellow grid of 4 numbers or 4 boxes with 1 number in the first box. That's what you use. But you'll want to control click on the goblin first so you're targeting it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
And you'll drag from that yellowish box that first number into the chat box.
Or you can just double click it. I recommend having things
That'll-
like this on your hotbar.
And that'll be on my main or combat. Combat. Sorry.
On the action tab.
Actions tab. It should be the very bottom tab.
Oh, okay. I see it. Thank you. All right.
And you can
Now you need to roll damage. Big gray box
Roll
that says
damage?
damage. Yeah, because you hit.
Yeah.
The little banner.
Okay. Yes.
I will say before you do the description, Cody, that like this is a like a closet that they're popping out of, so it's kind of tight here.
As it may be hard for me to fully swing, I come from my upper head, swinging downwards with a downward thrust towards its skull, hitting it. The heavy status is it injured really bad? Is that what
Yeah,
that
that's
means?
what that's supposed to represent.
Okay. Basically knocking it back into the closet harder, making it incapable of getting back up to damage any of us.
mhm.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to do?
That step back to
Okay.
end my turn.
If you do step out of here, if this guy is like, for example, a monk, you would provoke. He doesn't have a weapon right now, and it's unlikely, but I want to warn you just so you know.
Okay.
All right.
You need to like back out of the room. Which
Okay.
like so you can either take a 5-foot step during a round, which doesn't provoke an attack from people, or you can do your regular movement, which generally speaking does provoke.
So there's a pretty much a AOE of the enemy to where they have a chance of attacking.
Yeah,
being
most
provoked?
people
Okay.
only have 1 per turn, but some people can have more. In your case,
Alright.
he is not a monk, nor does he have like a hidden boot weapon or anything like that, so he will not attack you. He has just been
Alright,
forced
okay.
to drop his weapon.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, nope.
Oh, my bad.
Skip.
I thought he didn't do it.
All right. Hey, so before my move, I want to ask the party here: do we want to keep him alive, or do we just want to outright kill him?
I kind of wanted to question him. That's why I disarmed him.
All right.
What?
Hey, so, oh, let's see. I don't know if I can grapple him and pull him out while he's like this, unless Cody thinks it's cool. I mean, Jacob. I'm sorry.
What? Why couldn't you? Is there something I'm missing?
He's
I
out.
mean,
He's out of the
he's
hole right
stuck in
now.
the hole. Oh, I thought he was still stuck in the hole.
No, he's like
Alright.
jumped out of it. He's still in the closet. He's not underneath the closet anymore.
All right.
Like Cody was
Right, so-
doing like just a description of what he was doing. That didn't actually have an effect. It was just an attack.
Yeah, he I don't, in my head, he was just knocked back into the closet a little bit harder.
All right. that case, what are the rules about
Oh god.
initiating a grapple?
Don't do grapple if you don't know how to grapple is the first rule.
Oh. All right.
This
Can I
is
just
the worst part of Pathfinder, and it's literally the slowest part of Pathfinder if you don't know what you're doing.
Oh, all right.
It is a bunch of rolls against opposing rolls and shit like that. It's so annoying.
Yeah, if you look at Discord, just everyone real quickly, pull up Discord. Let's go over to the entrance category. If you look at links to use in game, one of the ones that I have in there, it's actually from March 27th, is the Pathfinder grapple flowchart. That's how complicated it is. There's a whole fucking flowchart for it.
All right. So all that's said and done, can I like do an unarmed non-lethal strike to just punch it in the head?
I will I will let you do the grapple this time, but don't make it a regular thing unless you're gonna learn how to do it. Okay.
All right. Well, I think just for the sake of moving along, I think because I don't see the flow chart, and I think it'll just be easier for us to knock out the goblin and then tie him up.
Yeah, if you have improvised weapon, you can technically use something around you. You could also attempt to use your fist. That
Yeah.
is a way of doing non-lethal. Do you have that set up on your character sheet?
No, I do not.
Okay. Well, then that's something you would need.
Great. Hey, I admit I didn't think I would be the one doing this, but I don't want to kill the goblin if we want to question him.
Yeah, so if you want to set it up real quick, it's a bludgeoning weapon that does a D3. That's simple proficiency, so you can use it.
Let's see. How do I?
At the items tab, you can just pull up unarmed strike.
Oh, do they actually have that in the items?
Yep.
Wow, that's
I just
awesome.
looked at items, weapons. It's under simple unarmed melee.
I did not expect that.
Come on.
You mean Fantasy Grounds, like, actually put a little bit of extra effort into something? This is crazy.
Alright.
You don't even need to look for it. You can just type in unarmed and it'll pop up.
Yeah.
Probably everyone should have that on their sheet, just in case. When I steal all your items and you don't have any magic left, you can punch stuff.
Yeah, my maximum 1 damage since I'm small, so it goes from 1d3 to a 1d2.
Yeah, your D2 damage. Woo!
-1.
You are not a strong sorcerer, surprisingly.
I drop this into inventory.
Yeah, then it should pop up on the actions tab. How most weapons do it.
Alright, I'll try and do this sometime today because Fantasy Grants for some reason is freezing up on my end.
Is it? Normally when it glitches out for you guys, it does for me too. Normally it's like a connection between us. I didn't know there were like issues you guys could get on your end without me.
Yeah, sometimes it takes forever for shit to load.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a problem.
Alright,
on my
unarmed
end.
strike.
Yeah, there we go.
Alright, unarmed strike. Here we go. Alright. Aldec's gonna drop the poor father's body now and attempt to sucker punch the goblin in the head,
Sure.
hopefully knocking him.
Make sure you target it.
Thank you for bringing that up.
You ever seen those videos where someone gets like surprised and then they like knock someone out?
Jumping out of a trash can.
Yeah.
Targeting the goblin. Nope. And he just kind of all like so surprised by this goblin, drops the body and tries to haymaker punch him, but I imagine the goblin just kind of lurches back at the attempt. And I think that's all Deck can do right now. So
Raucus will make his way behind the goblin. Or
The goblin's in the
Wait.
closet.
Yeah.
oh, that's we're not actually out here.
No,
So
no.
up here, and I will try the grapple that was not just attempted.
Okay.
Is he gonna get an attack of opportunity?
No. I'm being generous with our command right now. Okay, he is officially grappled.
And then in goblin, I will say, surrender and you might live.
That's
Oh
fine.
no, I took Diane. I didn't do the goblin one. I'm sorry. Don't say that in goblin. My bad.
A couple of grappled guys.
Oh yeah, I forgot to add those things.
Yep.
Or I guess, is it easier for you to do the grappling, or do you want us to do the grappling?
I mean, it's better if you do it on your end, because like then you can replace it, but it's already done.
I toss the toy into the closet to give a little bit more light, and then I pass the turn because I can't. While saying I can't really do anything without killing it, so I'll let you guys handle it. Oh, you clicked it as I did.
Hey, let's talk about grapples. So, our good friend Rakus here doesn't have improved grapple, which would normally provoke, but in the case of our goblin friend, he is not attacking since his hands don't count as proper weapons for him. Followed up by that, the defender. Now he can attempt to do a few things. He can try and break free. He can try and be the controller of the grapple. Both of those are standard options. Or he can make a CMB or escape artist check versus the attacker's CMD. And if he does those, various things will take place. He, being cornered, is... I'm going to say he's going to try and make the escape artist check, but I think since there's no path for him out of here, he's actually just going to try and control the grapple so he can attempt to hurt you. He's going to use his CMP, which is not good, surprisingly. It doesn't help with the whole, grappled thing. Oh, forgot he still had Aldic. There we go. And he's definitely going to fail. He's like trying to, you could like grab him by the shoulders, like hold him in place. He's like trying to reach up at your center mass, but he can't reach you. You're not giving him any leeway.
When we spoke in common, or have we spoken in common in front of it yet? Did it look like it understood us?
I did speak in common, saying I couldn't really do anything without killing it.
Okay.
I mean, it didn't acknowledge that you were saying anything. Whether or not it understood you is a
Okay.
different
Then
story.
at this point, I'm going to drop my shield, actually. Attacking someone that's grappled, do I get negatives or bonuses?
Yeah, but they should be automatically applied since they have the grappled effect.
Okay, I'm going to try to unarmed strike him as well. My other hand has a cestus in it, so like a bladed type gauntlet, so I can't very well, non-lethal him with that, so I can't use a shield for this.
Hit him with the good old 1-2.
All right.
I think I'm going to punch him right in the head. Lined up and finally, actually, probably in his back because he's in the grapple condition, hugging onto Kiefer. And I'll pass the turn.
Oh, so here's a thing that we didn't talk about with the unarmed strikes. You need improved unarmed strike to choose whether to do lethal or non-lethal. And in this case, the weapon is defaulting to lethal, even though it's not supposed to be. So, so yeah, he's not actually dying right now. He's just unconscious.
In the weapon itself, the properties say non-lethal, but I don't think that transferred correctly.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's what I was pointing out. So it's not actually dying.
Good, because I was about to get upset. The idea, that someone not trained with, I guess Den is technically trained with unarmed strike. And you know what? Whatever. He's unconscious. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, so the difference is that like it's a simple weapon, right? Like everyone can punch someone, but the improved non-armed strike means that you're actually like a professional. It's the difference between me and going beating someone up at the bar and then me being a trained martial artist.
Right.
How big is this goblin?
How big is it?
Yeah.
Just as
I
big
mean,
as
like,
Osgrick.
And like 3 to 4 feet tall.
is there a way we can carry it back somewhere to interrogate it?
I'd say we tie it up first.
Yeah.
There you go.
Does anyone have rope?
Yes. And I
I'll take.
also don't think we should take it across town and
Right.
scare more villagers. I can talk to it here.
Does anybody have a bag?
We're gonna put it in a bag. No. Aldex got rope if we need it.
And we can speak to it here.
Okay.
Isn't the door busted open? Or it's just at the outside door?
I think it was
that
just
the
left
outside door.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just left open.
Then let's shut it and have ourselves a good old-fashioned interrogation.
So, Aldeck will get his rope from his pack and proceed to tie the goblin up, from feet to arms.
Yeah, it's unconscious, so that's easy.
Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna look over and see the kid's toy that's all lit up and kind of pick it up and be ready to take it back to the kids at the Rusty Dragon. As I ask the room, so now, which one of us can understand this thing?
I can talk to it. I'm not sure about understanding these small creatures.
Let me know when we're ready, and I'll wake it up.
Let's get the husband's body out of the way first. There's just to have some respect for the dead.
I'm a little surprised with the way you guys have been behaving today.
So, once Aldeck's done tying up the goblin, he'll pull the husband's body out of the hole if it isn't, and then move it into the room, away from the goblin.
Okay.
Lay a sheet
how are you?
over it.
You're gonna have to wait a long time unless you heal the goblin.
Yeah, I said I'd wake him up. I'm prepared to heal him, I guess I'll say out loud, in order for us to start our interrogation. He's passed out right now, but maybe we check what's in the hole as well before we talk to him?
Oh, you
Is
got
anyone-
more.
Might as well. He's not gonna stop us.
Is anyone small enough to get down there?
I mean, I imagine someone could just
I
poke
am,
their
I
head in.
guess, but I don't want to go in there if there's more goblins.
The halfling.
Can you throw a toy in there so I have some light?
Throw down the toy again.
Okay.
I suit down and look in there.
Yeah, so it's a tight fit for you, Osgik, but you like stick your head around there. It's basically like a banana shape, like a crescent moon. of a hole. So you like go underneath this where like a floorboard used to be. You can see it like kind of discarded and broken inside the hole. There's like this small cavity that's been created.
Is there anything?
Are you interested in like bugs or dirt?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. Yeah, then this room kind of boring and empty.
I'll pop back out after grabbing the kid's toy. There's something in there about some bugs. I think it's just using it as a hiding spot.
Right, if that,
Um,
yeah, if that's all, that's it. I say it's time to wake our sleeping friend up.
Sounds like that hole was only big enough for one, so most likely we won't be expecting goblin company. If you could stand next to the window, I'll point at like Rhodus or something, and you next to the door just in case the slippery guy gets free.
Right. Right. Yeah.
All right, say when. I'll hold my
Before
Got
you,
horse
it
up.
covered.
I would put my hand around its throat so that way it wakes up in that position.
Fun.
Okay.
And
Before
then
we
I'm
start
actually
the interrogation, I think this would be a good time to do our 10-minute break.
sure.
All right.
Okay. Then we will call it 38 after.
Right.
Alrighty.
Back then.
Cool beans. So what are you doing today, Jacob?
Everybody, grab somebody. Hello, hello, hello.
I don't know if anybody else is back.
I think we'll make it. You ever play any of the Fallout games?
I played 3, 4, and I played a little bit of 1 and 2.
I'm trying to think. You know how like at the end of the Bethesda Fallout games, if you go down like the bad guy route, it's like they do like they do that kind of like soft, while like things are slightly better. This is how they deteriorated because of main character. I'm trying to think how that would be for Sandpoint. Like they do a good job of it in New Vegas. So I'm trying to think of like a parallel there.
Yeah, I'm back.
Well, the town was technically safe from goblins. There was a lot of mean people that were declared heroes and given free stuff for days.
Exactly. We need to get is it Ron Perlman? We need to get him in here to narrate what's going on with
Oh, there you
Sandpoint.
go.
Yes.
Pathfinder never changes.
I don't.
Nice.
I don't think we've been that mean,
Not yet.
ornery, and sarcastic, but
Sure.
not like outright cruel.
Well, we're talking to people that are like officials and like supposed to be respected, and we're like not.
Right?
So
Well,
I could see.
I mean,
The one official we talked to just is, the sheriff, and he's a stick in the mud. Everybody else has been pretty okay with this.
all right.
I mean,
But I mean, that's the sheriff's job, to be a stick in the mud.
Good point.
you talk
No,
shit about the guards and the clergy in front of the head of the guards and the head of the clergy.
We did. We did.
The head of
we
the clergy
offered.
understood.
Yeah, but we did. We offered the. We offered the guard or some of our boar, but they didn't take us up on it.
So
I think a few of them did towards the end of the night. It's just no one seemed particularly interested in whether or not they did, so I didn't make a comment on it.
Mm.
Like the last time you brought it up to them, they're like, "Yeah, we'll tell a few of the guys whose shift just ended."
sweet. Looks like everybody's back.
All right.
Hear ye, hear ye.
So Jake, I gotta ask: is there a like a curtains on that window, or is it just wide open? 'Cause I'm about to make a lot of bright light, super early in the morning.
That's a great question that isn't answered. I'm gonna say no.
We'll put our burliest guys in front of the window. I'm gonna cast Channel. Actually, it's the easiest, and we didn't get time to sleep all the way, so I don't have all my spells. So that means everybody here in the room, I'm gonna include him as one of my targets. The goblin gets healed 4. Since nobody else is hurt, I'm just gonna target the goblin.
Oh, here's an interesting thing that happened. You know how it just makes it look like it's regular damage? The damage it's taken, is actually being treated as subdual.
Oh, it applied the correct.
Yeah, it applied it correctly. It just didn't mention that it was that type of damage. It just said bludgeoning. That's
All
good to know. Okay. I mean, the goblin comes to. If you actually wouldn't mind, just for testing's sake, would you mind rolling that one more time?
Sure. The heal.
Okay. Yep. Goblin comes to. Seems very surprised, and then immediately picks up that aggressiveness once again. Snarling, trying to wiggle its way out of the bonds that you've created for it. Where do you have him, like, where is he? What is his situation?
Probably laying on the ground since he was unconscious, and he was bound with the rope and my hands against his throat, so he might have tried to sit up, but that probably wouldn't have gone very easily for him.
He's definitely gonna, like, try and bite you.
Smack him.
I think
Stop
just
that.
reinvigorates his attempts. And then he starts making inappropriate comments, calling you guys longshanks and saying various other slurs and Saunders that I'm not going to repeat.
That's why you're laying down tied up, and we're not. Why did your people come here?
I legitimately don't think you get a response. He doesn't have any reason to respond to you.
I would
I mean,
punch him in the face again.
Oh, it's a punch. I thought you said slap last time.
The first time it was a slap, yes.
Okay.
No, I would punch him in the face. Yeah, no.
Okay.
It would escalate. And then, yeah, I'll punch him in the face this time. I'll escalate next time.
Spits like one of those pointy teeth of his out.
I'll put his dagger against his throat.
Okay. The one he dropped or the one that was in the dock?
Probably the one he dropped.
Okay.
Whichever one's, yeah, that one.
Okay. Okay, and he stops moving as soon as you do that.
Why were you here?
And this was all in Goblin so far, right?
Correct.
Okay. We needed food. Who doesn't like burning something down every now and then?
And how did you get into town?
We climbed a wall. He like
Which
chuckles a little bit.
wall? Which wall?
The only wall in Sandpoint?
Do I know that there's only one wall in Sandpoint?
Well, so there's like a wall. It's divided into like 3 different parts, but there's just one wall to the north of Sandpoint. You can see it.
Okay.
It's technically like a gate and then 3 pieces.
I would relay that information as a point of interest because I assume there should be guards there, but that's a question for the sheriff. And why did you choose that night? Were y'all stupid and realized there would be plenty of guards?
All of us commandos were told there was going to be a big party, plenty of tall shanks to eat.
Plenty of tall shanks to kill you. And who gave you this information?
The leader of the tribe.
How did your leader know?
I'm just a commando, man. He says we're gonna go raid, and I say I'm hungry. It's pretty simple.
Y'all have any questions?
We just hear a whole bunch of goblin gibberish, right?
yeah.
For the most part. I would give very quick explanations in common.
Aldic would would like to ask what's the chief's name?
Who is your chief, and where is your tribe currently located?
Give me a intimidate check.
This is where things go downhill.
Can all deck aid, I guess, in the intimidation?
How are you helping?
And I'm walking over to the goblin, carrying my warhammer in my hand and slapping it again, and the flat of the open palm of my other hand, and signifying that you should really tell us, or you're really gonna start to hurt.
Okay, that seems like a pretty obvious symbol for Rakus to pick up. I think you can do that. Roll me your aid check.
Just want me to drop it into the chat or roll it in the tower?
No, you can drop it in the chat. That's fine. He's gonna need to know if he gets the bonus or not. Okay. Now for Rakus, it will be private.
At a +2, don't forget.
Okay, yeah. We got our orders from a tall shank. That's who told our boss about it. Looking like one of you fellas.
Tall shank. I think.
Did he
Who is
respond
this?
back? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
He respond back in
Sorry.
common?
He didn't get it from a goblin. It was from one of a non-goblin. He said it looks like one of us, maybe humanoid, or goblin, or humanoid. Human, not humanoid. God damn it.
Can we
Human.
ask him to point at which one of us has the same skin? Or do you think he'd know? Because we've got a green, a white,
So, at the very least, Rakus would know this. Tall shank is just like a derogative term for any medium-sized humanoid.
Right. Okay. That's good. Give me 1 second. I'm just writing my notes down.
just to cover our bases, should we see if this goblin had anything to do with that crypt?
Uh,
Or knows anything about it?
yes. So to the goblin, I would say, was the crypt part of your plan? Or I guess it's not a crypt. The vault part of your plan?
Vault? There was a vault? Shiny bits we could get?
This humanoid obviously didn't give you all of his information. He used you as a distraction.
Mentioned something about raiding a tomb to take a dead body to him.
Do you know why the humanoid gave you the information he did?
I don't. I just assumed he didn't like the other tall shanks.
Okay.
Should we punch him again?
We should
Really
all
get a finger off.
I really want to get a name out of this guy.
It's likely he wouldn't know the tall shank's name.
Well, he knows his own, right?
What is your chieftain's name?
He just like spits at you. And then he says, I'm not gonna tell any tall shanks anything about my tribe.
That's a lie. You just told me about your tribe. You told me a tall shank gave your tribe information. You told me your tribe came here for food, and you told me your tribe came here over the front gate. That's 3 things you have told me about your tribe.
He seems a little dumbfounded after you say that. Yeah, there's like a look of surprise on him. He's like, I'm not gonna tell you anymore. He tries to like bite at you even though he can't reach you.
I want to cut his ear off.
Okay.
I was just gonna like pull out a book and hold it in front of him, but dang.
What do I need to do to cut an ear off? Can I just cut an ear off?
I don't know, like
I mean, he's pretty helpless.
sleight of hand. Is there something specific you're trying to achieve with this ear cutting?
Straight intimidation, trying to get more information.
Okay. Yeah, you could just slice off a bit of his ear. That's not hard.
Okay. I want the name of your chieftain and the location of your tribe. I will not kill you if you give me this information. You will be able to live in shame with the missing part of your ear as a reminder.
Okay, you can give me an intimidate if you'd like.
Ooh, do I still have my +2 or no? Just so I don't roll twice.
No, this is separate.
Okay. This works. This is so bad.
Non-charisma skills.
Not the charisma one.
So it grits its teeth. You start to see blood coming out of its mouth as you're cutting into its ear, and it starts to shake, trying to pull away as much as it can. Someone's definitely gonna need to help you if you're like trying to cut his ear off. And he just clams up. He just keeps his teeth gritted, pulls his lips down as tight as he can, and you just hear this like muffled like groaning sound coming out of him as he's trying to suppress his volume.
I suppose if we're trying to intimidate him, I'm going to bring up a little bit of a callback and ask Crotus. So, have you ever eaten goblin?
No, not particularly.
I'm sure.
I'm gonna like.
It's something
light a
I'd like to try.
There you go. Can we judge his reaction to see if he understands us?
You can give me a sense motive.
Oh,
Just
I want to
throw it
Mike
in that-
Tyson him so
that
bad
tower.
right now.
You want to chew off the ear?
Go for the other one.
Yeah, I think you see him like his eyes darting back and forth, and he seems to be able to understand what the two of you are saying.
Okay.
Lick my lips.
Does it enough for an intimidate, or
I don't think so.
Okay.
Like the situation's changed, but with the information you have, you now understand that he's been able to understand everything you guys have been talking about.
I say we punch him until he speaks common.
He's
Is there
locked,
a
Captain.
difference bet-
I feel like
is
we
there
should
a
all
difference
join.
I do not want to get here to think it bite me.
Just want to canonize the goblin until he speaks common.
Cannibalize, sorry.
Yeah.
We should lock him up for now. We got some information that we need to follow up on, and maybe his tongue will be a little looser after a few days of not eating.
Shall we bag him and take him to the sheriff?
Indeed.
Yeah. Also, let's let the wife know that the problem's taken care of. Actually, I just realized something. Was the kid with her, or did she just have a baby with her?
No, Aaron was with her. I brought him up a few times.
Okay. Okay.
Photos.
I forgot that part
Oh,
because I remember she came in. She had a baby, but I don't remember the son being there.
Yeah, after she'd got you out of your room, she called little Aaron over.
All right. Okay. For a second there, I thought we were gonna have to find the dead body of a kid as well.
Denton's gonna try to remember to pick up that toy for the little kid, and then I guess we'll. I'll ask. Does anyone have a bag big enough for this guy? Maybe we should gag him before we transport him early in the morning throughout the town.
We can use one of the bed sheets.
Yeah, keep him tied up and make a makeshift sack out of the bed sheets.
You wouldn't gag him?
I
Probably a
guess
good
we could
idea.
take a take the pillow casing and stuff it in his mouth.
Osgik, do you have that spell, prestidigitation? Can you maybe get rid of some of this horror scene?
Unfortunately, I don't have it prepared.
Then we'll just,
Or no, it actually.
we'll let the wife know that, maybe don't bring the kids in to see this.
Right.
The sheriff can deal with the body discreetly before they get back.
Then off we
can
go.
ask about.
Then let's go to the sheriff.
Mhm.
I don't think it takes you guys long to find the sheriff. When you guys actually come out the building, you see a couple of the guards standing not that far away, and the sheriff just a little bit past them interviewing a couple.
Sheriff, it's good to see you again. And although it was under better circumstances considering what just happened.
Give me one moment, gentlemen. I'm almost done with my interview.
Mhm.
I would like to drop eaves. Can I try to perceive what they're saying?
Yeah. No. I don't think it's hard to hear them. Like they're just talking in a regular like volume out in the middle of the street, you know.
Are they talking about this specific goblin attack or something else completely?
Yeah, they're seems like the lady who's speaking is actually talking about how Emil just ran through this part of town with her family. Really, all that gets discussed is like basically a recap of that. And then the sheriff calls over one of his other guards, who was kind of waiting outside the door, keeping an eye on it, since you guys did create quite a commotion, which had started before you got here, but you continued it. And the sheriff comes on over to you. He's like, doesn't take long for something like this in town to stir up the attention of us. A few of the bystanders said you'd all gone in, so we figured we'd wait till you were done before we interrupted. Gestures to your goblin.
We have something to turn over to you.
This one said anything?
I'll give him a basic
Quite a
brief.
bit, actually.
Yeah,
Anything useful?
perhaps. One thing of definite import is the timing was provided to them by a non-goblin.
Hmm.
He used the word tall shank, which indicates somebody larger than them, told them that the festival was going on and it would be a good time to attack.
One of the 5 tribes around here is led by a hobgoblin. I wouldn't be surprised if it's him.
He said it looked like one of us, but perhaps it could be a hobgoblin.
I don't know. I think it's pretty easy to tell the difference between most normal humanoids and a hobgoblin.
Did he call you all Longshanks?
Multiple
Get-
times.
Most of them have a hard time telling us all apart.
Then it would beg the question as to why the hobgoblins would want them to attack us. He also indicated that it was not the goblins' plans to go into the vault.
It is very rare for any of the goblin tribes to work together, but this is all the information you have. That's the assumption I'm operating under. There's 5 of them. Only one of them's led by a non-goblin. 2 of those tribes were to work together. That could answer the reason for such a sizable force attacking us. Normally they're squabbling amongst themselves, so we don't have to worry about them. It's fortunate, because we don't have the manpower to take out any of the tribes.
That's an astute assumption. You said 3 of them are run by goblins and 2 are not?
4 of them are led by goblins. 1 of
Which
them is
means-
not.
Which allows us to pinpoint at least half of their forces. Do you know the locations of these tribes?
Are you familiar with the hinterlands surrounding the area?
Am I familiar with the hinterlands? That's a great question. Vaguely, yes.
Okay.
Pulling
Well,
up the map to see if I actually know.
yeah, so there are 5 goblin tribes in the area, and he's going to go on to talk to you all about them. That seems like what you're looking for.
You did share the map of the region, right?
I believe I did.
He did. The whole city or so?
No, there should
Outside
be
the city.
a hinterlands one I shared with you guys.
True that.
Oh, I don't know anything about that one.
Hinterlands.
Here, let me just pull it up on my end, and I'll reshare it. It's not to scale. Better than a lot of maps, but it's not to scale.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
You guys see kind of north of that that like mountain span. There's like a natural little like bay. Just to the south of that, there's like a point, and that's where Sandpoint is.
Alright.
Okay, yeah.
So and that's what's considered the hinterlands. Sorry. Was there anything specific you wanted, or do you just want him to be like, here's what you can know about goblins around here?
Yeah, it's especially if he knows the location of the tribe, specifically the one that's ran by the non-goblin, because that seems like a good lead.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so here's what I have for the goblin tribes to give about you guys. There are 5 of them. One's called the Licto tribe. Then there's the Bird Crunchers. There are also the Thistletop, the Seven Tooth, and the Mosswoods. The Licktoads are the smallest of the tribes, named after their fascination with licking toads in the region they belong to, and basically acts as like a hallucinogenic for goblins. So they're kind of drugged out a lot of the time. The Seven-Tooth tribe is the one led by the hobgoblin that he brought up earlier, and the Thistletop tribe is the biggest of them, also the closest, and they're called the Thistletop tribe because they are settled on a place called Thistletop, which is a small island within like less than a day's journey of here. So they're actually the closest. They're the biggest and strongest of the tribes.
Thistletop.
You said Thistletop's the closest
Right.
one?
Yes.
Then, just on a whim, because I actually have no idea, I'm gonna say out loud with the goblin still in the sack. I guess we'll get to return this one to Thistletop as the traitor he really is.
Oh, that's actually wrong. Thistletop's not. It's Bird Cruncher the Bird Crunchers that are.
Then just switch that to Bird Cruncher.
Yeah, you know the Devil's Platter you guys were hunting on? They actually live along the western edge of that, inside like a cave system. And then the Lick Toads are to the south, down in the brine stump march, you know, where you'd find a lot of frogs. And then to the east are the Seven-Tooth Goblins. They hang out in the Shankwood. And they're to the like far east, past them are the Mosswood Goblins. And then finally there's the Thistletop Goblins, and they live in the Nettlewood. On top of like an old island. Hello?
Yes.
Just taking notes, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that was a lot, but
So I guess we'll release this goblin into your custody. Here, we got you a present. I'll ask to hand.
Is there anything you can do about the body of the husband? Currently, the wife and the children are at the Rusty Dragon. I don't know if we want them to come back to this.
I will make arrangements for them to stay at the cathedral. We'll get some clergymen down here to take care of the body.
All right, I appreciate it.
I suppose if there's nothing else, I'd probably like to finish our rest.
I agree. I didn't get my spells back.
Perhaps. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm full of adrenaline, so I'll stay up at the Rusty Dragon until you're all ready to go.
Interrogation makes me sleepy.
Yeah, it'd be good to get some food in the stomach.
Out of curiosity, anyone maybe think you should let Emil know what's going on?
I mean, we're about to go back to the Rusty Dragon. Definitely
Yeah, we
telling
were
her.
about to go back to the Rusty Dragon, yeah.
Well, I mean, you guys brought that part up, but nobody said anything about letting her know. There's talk of a bunch of other stuff.
Once we get there, I'd also like to get that toy to the children. There's a bunch of stuff, but do we want to transition from where we're at to the dragon?
Yeah, we can do that.
Move it right along.
As we start walking away, I do want to turn around and ask the sheriff, the guards on the wall, did they all survive the attack?
We had a few casualties when it comes to the guardsmen in town.
And is that how the tribe of goblins was able to get over the wall?
Yes, they had to go through the guards.
That is upsetting for your men, and I'm sorry for your loss. Then he would turn and walk away.
Follow him off.
Okay, when you
It
guys
was more
get...
to see his reaction than anything.
He has that same, like... Maybe stoic is probably the most appropriate look for his face.
Stoic.
Sorry, I always mispronounce that word.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if you said. I wasn't correcting. I was curious as if you actually said that.
Yes. You are correct. We are using the same word. I'm just mispronouncing it.
Throwing that slang on it.
I do the same thing with a few other words, including the town I'm from. I add a K. I don't know why.
Melee.
Yeah, when you guys get back, you see Emil and the rest of her family are in the Rusty Dragon Inn in one of the booths, and you see that Bethana and Amiko are sitting there with them.
Walk up to him. I mean, we dealt with the problem. It was a goblin. Unfortunately, I kind of trail off there looking at the children.
I'm gonna get down to their level, and on the way probably dust off the toy that we had because we kind of threw it around several times.
I would have also taken light off of it if it was still on it.
Yeah.
And then I'll like look the older boy in the eyes and say, "I got this for you. I think you left it behind."
I think this is like where Bethna and Amiko would dismiss themselves, like, because this isn't really none of their business. And the little boy, he doesn't seem as like frightful and close to his mom as he was before, and he kind of looks up at her to visually get her permission. And she nods, and then he reaches out for his toy. He just says, "Thank you, mister."
We got the monster in your closet, and you're not gonna have to worry about it anymore. I think next time you tell your mama that there's a monster in your closet, she'll probably listen. I'm like, give him like a little pat on the head, and then a thumbs up to his mom, and stand back up.
I'd explain to him that the sheriff's going to arrange for them to stay at the chapel for a little bit.
The monster, was it taken care of?
Yep.
Thank you. And Algirst, what's become of him?
Unfortunately, and then I just trail off and look at the children and shake my head.
The church will be there to take what remains.
You see her like slide out of the booth, Aaron, as she says, Too bad you heroes weren't a bit more thorough in your heroing. He walks off.
Mm.
As the child goes to leave, I'd put my hand on his shoulder and hand him the goblin's dagger. Learn how to use this so your mother doesn't have to rely on other heroes. She can rely on you.
He like pulls her kid away from you.
He would
You're
glare at
giving
her.
him a weapon.
He would glare at her and say he needs to be strong if he wants to
No,
survive.
they're walking off as you're saying this.
Like, as soon as they're out of earshot, I'd, I'd, Aldeck kind of lets the respectful facade fall and says, "The nerve of that woman, we say, and we did our job. We say, we
It
we
wasn't
killed.
our
Well,
job,
we didn't kill him.
but we did.
No,
She is
but
grieving, and it is understandable. However, she needs to be stronger and stop blaming others.
to disrespect us after we helped her.
She just lost her husband, so it's kind of understandable that she'd be upset.
After
I'm going to sleep.
After she closes the door, Amiko comes from behind the kitchen, actually kind of quickly, and she says, "How'd she take the news?"
Not well.
Yeah, she was happy that we fixed the issue, but wished we could have done more, I think. She's probably in a delicate emotional state right now, and you know her. You may want to visit her once the cathedral takes her in.
I'm gonna reach out to her sister down in Magnamar. I imagine she's gonna go down there with them for the foreseeable future.
Probably the best.
If you guys are hungry, she'll go make you a meal.
No, my character would probably go back to sleep.
Yeah, we just left like a bunch of dead bodies, or a bunch of blood and one dead body, I guess.
And
Okay, I need to understand this line of logic real quick. I get, we just did something bad, don't want to eat, right? But how is sleeping any better?
Fatigue.
Exactly. Preparing spells and fatigue. We don't want minuses if we're going to be heroes.
I think everyone's under the assumption that when the wife woke everyone up in the morning, we didn't get a full night's rest.
Okay. You guys, you can go back and get your sleep.
I mean, what else would we do at this point? Eat instead of going back to sleep? I feel like rest would be better for the day.
No, I didn't get the differential there.
He's not getting the logic between
Why sleeping is
what.
so much better. I get that you're
Yes.
tired, but you
I
made
mean,
it
I feel
sound
like
like
even as a
sleeping was
human, like if I
was
went through
so
that kind of
much better.
situation, I'd be like, I just want to go back to sleep and ignore all of this.
Like,
I'm establishing trains of logic so I have a better understanding of your character.
like, and like Aldeck would it'd be down to investigate these goblin tribes, but if his entire party is gonna go back to sleep, then Aldeck's not suicidal enough to take on a goblin tribes by himself.
Oh, it would be suicidal for the 5 of you to go check out these goblin tribes.
Right. We might be able to take a big old rat, but I'd like to be prepared before.
Mhm.
So if you don't mind waiting a couple of hours for us.
And I guess I don't think Aldeck is tired, but I don't know what else he would do necessarily.
There isn't much to do in Sandpoint, right? If you don't provide your own entertainment, at least this time of day, the only real option out there, unless you're like an outdoorsy fellow, is to go to the Fat Man's Feedbag, because that's open like 24/7. It's the one place you can have complete access to any time of day.
Right.
Unless you want to go to church, the cathedral has parts that are open.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's worshiping Torag in this town, so
No,
or at
no,
least
but it's a
not worshipped
cathedral, so
as
there are
much.
general places of worship. It's not
Yeah.
just for one god.
All right.
That would be inconsiderate.
No. Especially considering a world where multiple gods demonstrably exist. I guess Aldeck will he'll, he'll will go to his room and reflect on the day so far.
So we need what? 8 hours of sleep. Interrupted just means we need to add more. I think if you add another hour for every time you're interrupted. But how long did we get before we were woken up by the murder?
Oh, you guys didn't give me a specific time, so I wasn't like doing math there. I didn't think you guys were interrupted. You guys only
Oh,
get
just-
8 hours? Do you have a regiment where you get exactly 8 hours?
I just assumed until you hit the button for us to pass the day. What
No, I
passed.
I don't give you that kind of restriction unless we're on like a specific time frame.
What's it
If
reset
there's
for
some
me?
kind of train of logic I can follow for that, but I will, but I try and keep that as transparent as possible, at least when your character should know that. Okay, well, you guys get up in the morning, got any plans for the day?
Found that rat problem, I guess.
Yeah.
I think that would be a pretty good pursuit for now. Kind of shed some
Right.
good character onto us so far. It seems as if we're being scoffed at by the townspeople.
I mean, yeah, there's been a few interactions that would suggest that.
Well, if we want to change our reputation, we've got no one to ask to do it but ourselves. So, say, Crotus, could you describe the woman you met to Amiko? Maybe she'll know who we're looking for.
Fair, blonde hair, blue eyes, uh, scrawny gal.
Ooh, go on.
Mm,
I didn't give you a
Uh,
description of her, but that's probably not it.
Dang it. So you just
hey
lied
man,
to
I'm
us?
just going off. I'm just going off of what I thought of in my head, man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, I didn't give you a description because it was kind of just like a optional thing that you didn't care about. No, she has green eyes and like bright red hair, pale skin. And when you describe that to Amiko, like, oh, that's one of Ven's daughters, one of the vendors. Her name's Shayless.
Okay. We should probably go talk to, say, Ven.
Ven would be the father.
Yeah. To find the whereabouts of Shayla.
When you told us your story, did you not say that the father was not available? That he was gone? Was
Did
that
say
for...
that he was not at home, but that doesn't mean he wasn't not in town.
I suppose we'll find out. Did we get a...
Do you know where
address
they
for-
live?
They run the general store down by the academy.
Okay. I should go to the general store down by the academy and see if Ven's there. Or that would be the viable option in this situation.
Okay. Yeah, you go to the town's general store, and you see this Ven fellow in front of you, a darker skinned man, like most Varisians, with like a nice long like Amish beard. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
There you go.
Neckbeard.
I said, "Good morning, gentlemen. What can I help you with?"
Yes, sir. We're here to see the whereabouts of. You said her name was Shen.
Shayless is her full name.
Shayless. Shayless. We're curious to the whereabouts of Shayless. She came to us the other day about a rat problem, a severe rat problem. She says that it was the size of the dog, and she really needs some help.
My daughter is prone to exaggerations. I will admit that I haven't been as involved in the family business recently as I normally am, but I have my doubts there's any rat that size down in our cellar.
Checking it out would be a really good idea. I mean, I'm sorry. Being able to actually go and view this ourselves would probably be the best option.
You're not wrong, but I have a feeling that it's none of your business.
Well, if it wasn't none of my business, then why did your daughter come to us now for our help?
I'm not going to stand here and speak for my daughter. She's her own woman. She had her reasons. Now, if you're not going to buy anything, I would ask that you leave.
Do you
Do you by chance
do you have
sell?
any idea where she might be?
She's currently unavailable. Now, if you're not going to buy anything, I would ask you to leave.
Do you happen to sell curtains?
Unfortunately, we do not, sir. For some furniture, I could get you the material for it, but there won't be any sewn-in loops for you or anything to hang it with.
I guess I'll continue looking around. Thank you. Sounds like we're not wanted, so I'm going to try to nudge the people to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, turn straight out.
Right. No.
As we leave, I'm going to ask our friends, does everyone here hate us? I thought we did them a favor.
As I said, we should probably just leave.
I get
Yeah,
I get the feeling that whatever this rat problem was might not necessarily have been entirely truthful. If it is like what Trotus said it was, and it was as big as a dog, then you don't necessarily make up something like that.
no. She had hard concern in her eyes and in her throat, in her voice. I do believe that she wasn't exaggerating.
Then do we think that the father was hiding something?
Or
Possibly.
I don't know,
She didn't go
maybe.
to him about the problem. She came to us.
We should have asked if he really was gone the other day. Well, if they don't want our help, can't force it on them.
yes, and I suppose we shouldn't. And necessarily forcing our help onto people would not necessarily be a good look.
So back to bed. Just kidding.
I don't
Possibly we
know.
could ask around town about Shayla's and her father. Maybe we'll bump into her.
Like, Aldeck wants to know more about all this, the goblin attack from the festival, because it feels like there's more to it. The missing body, the fact that a big band of goblins came in and just to wreak havoc. There's got to be something we're missing.
Potentially, but I don't have any leads on who to ask to get the information that we want.
Right.
Should we spend the day just going around town, like, raising our reputation? Helping people across the street and things?
Sure.
There's
That'll
not
probably
much
Yeah,
danger.
backfire.
suppose.
And then they'll ask us why we're stalking them.
It would be a good idea to lend out whatever hand we can now at this point.
Right.
Try to pull some charisma from the gutter.
Well, then how do we want to go about doing that?
We can go to our local vendors, check them out, see if they need a hand.
Buy local
Or-
goods.
Sure. Or post up signs around the area.
We could always do the sheriff's job and check out the local underground mafia bad guys.
Exciting. It's a good chance that we would know information too, but getting into contact with them without getting into a scuffle might be difficult. Finding them. You mentioned something about a mill was where the local gang was at.
Right.
So I guess we know where
Yeah.
to find them.
Well, it's not like they have a base of operations, right? It's just the Scarnetti family is associated with the Scasarni gang, and they own the mill in town, or
Okay.
they're associated with the mill in town. They don't directly own it.
Could we find and question Scarnetti family into their association with the gang?
I mean, yeah, if you believe that they are, you could definitely go try and talk to them about it. It's an option.
What do my fellow party members think?
If they are affiliated with the gang, they're not really going to be willing to talk to us about it, especially since in its own we are working with the sheriff.
Right.
Weren't we told that they eat dinner at the Fat Man's Feedback?
What?
Didn't somebody get some information saying that they eat at the Fat Man's Feedback?
Yeah, the Scasarni, a lot of them hang out at the most notorious tavern in town, the Fat Man's Feed.
Okay, well, we can go there, see if we can overhear anything.
Are gangsters normally grave robbers?
I wouldn't know.
I don't see anything else to do here in town, so that seems like the only other thing that we can do to keep our presence being seen.
Could we inspect the outer wall or outer layer or so to kind of see if there's any markings or so, or tracks of goblins, any activity.
It's a plan.
Yep.
That might be the easiest of the things that's been suggested if we want to try that first. But I don't know. Is it easy to track things, Rackus? Because I can't really do it.
Yeah, unless
If we're talking mechanically, that would just be a survival check normally.
No, like my character's setting a game. Like he knows nothing about tracking, so.
You have someone in the party who's pretty good mechanically. I don't know if that's actually the case. Cody?
I was looking at my stats and stuff, trying to figure out if that was me or not.
It'd be under the skill list.
Skill.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're the
okay.
only one with a decent survival check.
Let me. Okay, yeah. So how do I'll roll that, correct?
Well, like, what are you guys doing?
I think the rest of the party was wanting to go with that suggestion that Crodris came up with about investigating the outer wall.
Okay.
I say we don't split up. We need to be a unified group of heroes. When we're by ourselves, we seem to
Yes.
piss off maidens.
We seem
We
to
did
do that
that.
when we're together as well.
But there's less likelihood. You're good point. Good point.
Maybe certain party members should speak instead of me, because my intelligence is a little low, and due to my orc side, I'm a little more aggressive.
Splitting up may open more opportunities to find out what else we can do to help in this town, though. Whereas if we're all together, we're narrowing our means of getting information and finding out what else needs to be done.
This time, though, should we pick a time to meet back up in a place? Seems like
That
you
is
remember
wise. We could
previously.
definitely do dinner tonight at the Fat Man's. That way we can still knock out that goal together in case something does happen.
Judging by the sky, do we know about what time of day it is? Is it morning or noon?
I mean, yeah, it's early in the morning, right? You guys haven't...
Anyway, we woke up, we went to the vendor. That was the
Yeah.
first thing in the morning. It'd probably be around 9 or 10 in the morning or so.
Yeah, it's like, look, the map is abstract, but it's not that abstract. It's like less than a 5-minute walk to the general store.
How is it?
Then just split up and do good?
You get, like, during peak business of the day, you can get from one end of Sandpoint to the other walking in, like, less than 15 minutes.
Okay.
And we still can't find information within a day.
Also, I was wrong about Cody's character sheet. I was looking for survival and looked at the modifier of swim.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
You can do a mean backstroke.
I'm very buoyant.
Yeah, no one here is particularly good. Looks like +3 is the best survival we have.
Alright.
No, maybe level 2, someone will pick it up.
Who knows? Yep. Alright.
So are we disregarding that one then?
Kind of figure out, yeah. We should come together and kind of figure out what our ideas might be. If we do split up to bring our reputation up in town, we should do it accordingly, like 3 and 2 or so.
I do think that we should meet up at midday too,
Right.
just at night, to see if anybody that we're not like overlapping. I've been thinking we should probably talk to the sheriff, see if there's anything else that we can do around town that would help them out. That might be useful. He seemed like he was swamped with work anyway.
That's something we can do.
Great.
Shall we then?
Yeah, let's go pop in and see the sheriff again. And
Who else coming?
Go with you.
We'll all go, so that way if there's multiple things, then we would know where we'd be able to divide and conquer.
Alright.
There you go.
So Garrison.
Okay, you get there, and there's 2 guards at the front gate. But, well, they're not at the front gate, they're above it in the scaffolding.
Greetings, is the sheriff in?
You have an appointment with them?
Nope.
Well, then it may take some time. I can send one of the boys to go look for him.
Alright. I appreciate it.
Just gestures to the fellow next to him, who like quickly runs into the tower and, you know, presumably goes to go get the sheriff.
And we wait until he gets back patiently.
I figured. Like 10 minutes later, the gate opens up, and you see the sheriff in his traditional clothing. And he's like, "My shift's almost over, but if you'd like to come speak, it's finishing up a report on the incident in my office."
Will it fit all of us? I only ask because we've had that issue before.
Yes. There aren't seats for all of you, but you'll all fit.
Lead the way.
And for those of you that haven't seen him, being Cody, that's the sheriff.
Yes.
He's actually
Stern looking fellow.
he's the like only like prominent Shanti member within Sandpoint.
Okay.
And you guys have probably found out, just with how long you've been in town, that I'd say you know this. It's one of the few things I'll throw out occasionally. He's the first Shanti sheriff in Sandpoint.
Ever.
Yeah, just period.
Okay.
Which is like a minor controversy. They've always been Varisian. Not today.
So it's hard for him to kind of do his job because of the people of the town see him as something else.
Yeah, it definitely could be.
Okay.
It's not like all the Varisians just hate Shanti, but there is a
There's some
stigma there.
controversy there.
Not traditional. Goes against tradition.
Makes sense why he's so grumpy then. People are giving him a hard time.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, so far I feel like he seemed like a good sheriff, at least to you guys, right? Like he hasn't
been too much of an asshole to us.
too much.
I mean, he got mad.
He
He did
was
get
an
mad when
asshole
you
at one
suggested
point,
the lead clergyman was a father of an evil deity. I think that's fair.
I am not the one that said that, so I felt like he was just asshole to me for no reason. He had a very valid character felt a little attacked for something somebody else said.
Yeah, he was offended. There were like multiple insults being slung at him.
I think it's completely valid that he was angry about it. My character personally is just like, I didn't say that to you, man. Why are you angry at me?
Yeah, and you guys go into his office, which is like only a few minutes away. I think as you're like walking back, you can tell he's like actually pretty tired just from the way he's walking. He doesn't have he's not using his regular mannerisms. And when he gets to his desk, you see him like lower back his chainmail, so you can see his hair, and he kind of just leans back in his chair. his hands interwoven on his chest, and he's like, "What can I help you with?"
I was
What can we help you with?
basically what he said. We were had the thought. Some people seem distrusting us, and we're wondering if there's anything that you had that we could do to help alleviate the town's distrust of us, I guess.
I heard Crodrus had a run-in with one of the vendor girls.
Yes, we talked to her father this morning. He said that she was unavailable and that she was it probably wasn't actually a rat problem.
How much do you know about the vendor girls?
Personally, not much.
Was it the younger one or the older one?
I look over at Crodrus. Could you give a description?
Red hair, green eyes.
Shayless.
Shayless. I was looking it up. Yeah, her name's Shayless. Red hair, green eyes. Probably 5'3".
She has a bit of a habit that's been popping up recently with a few of the non-locals around town. What kind of back and forth did all of you have with her?
Wasn't necessarily her that we had a back and forth with. It was her father.
No, like when you talked to her originally.
Oh, when I talked to her, she suggested that her father was at home and she had a rat problem, and the rat was the size of a dog. I found it kind of suspicious, so I chose not to go alone, as to that might endanger myself. She seemed flustered and just stormed off into another direction.
Part of her MO. You were by yourself, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
She fancies herself a bit of a seductress. I wouldn't be surprised if she was going around spreading rumors about you. Add that in with well, just a hint of the comments I've heard from a few of you, and, well, I'm not surprised you're here asking if there's anything I can help with. I imagine some of your problems would blow over if you talked with Shayless and her father about what's going on and had a bit more of a diplomatic approach to it.
Maybe someone else should talk to her father instead of me.
I gave him a shot, but he seemed really reluctant to talk to us.
Very reluctant.
He's in a bit of a state of refusal. Recently, his older daughter has been, well, going around with the man that he doesn't like. It's probably why he wasn't home the other day. He's been ignoring Shayless because of that. She's been, well, I believe she's been lashing out. That's why she reaches out to men like Grotus. If you can get past that wall of his, make him see some logic behind it, then we might be able to have this blow over and attempt to salvage your, well, the people's view of you.
Forgive my bluntness, but this is all just a young girl looking to have some fun.
But you got really quiet all of a sudden, man.
I'm quiet.
Normally?
Is it just for me?
No, he's not quiet to me.
Nah.
I mean, I can turn you up, but it feels like your audio has just dropped.
All right. Forgive my bluntness, but this was all over this incident with my friend and Crotus here was just a young girl looking for a fling.
I mean, I'm sure that's part of it. She is a bit of a rumor monger. I doubt that's the entirety of the reason you're having troubles.
Yes, perhaps we should just talk to the father and let her know. Let him know. Oh, God knows it's not only gonna be bad for us, but it might end up bad for her if he tries this with outsiders regularly.
It's a recent development. I believe that's part of his reluctance to accept it.
Yeah, and then perhaps we should just then let's go talk to the father before someone gets hurt.
We should bring all this evidence to his attention.
All right.
Mhm.
So, was there anything else going on in town that we should be aware of or potentially help with?
We haven't discovered any recent developments that would require your attention, but I assure you, I will keep you informed with anything we might require your assistance for.
All right. I thank him for his time and stand up and get ready to walk out, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your time, Sheriff.
I appreciate you all reaching out to me.
So we step out of the building, look around, and try to decide where to go.
I think as the
Possibly to that
last of
father to
you
clear things up.
like goes out of the sheriff's office, you hear like you hear him take his chainmail off like very quickly. You just hear a loud like sound of like metal chain hitting the ground.
Right.
Someone was at the end of his shift and didn't think he needed to go do anything.
All right.
So is the plan to go back to the general store, or are you guys going to do something else?
What do y'all think?
Might as well strike while iron's hot.
Yeah.
Well, you might be irrationally angry to see us, but I don't mind trying to be diplomatic.
How do you diplomatically tell somebody that their daughter's a little loose and not?
Tactfully.
Yeah.
The daughter's been very flamboyant around town. That should probably be brought to your concern.
All right.
If he doesn't know that she's hanging out with strange men, any possibility, I mean, he probably should. There's
You've
been
basically
murders.
just been told that like a respectable man in town is attempting to ignore the fact that his like daughter is some kind of charlatan.
All right.
And she's spreading rumors around about at least one of you.
Mm,
He was
probably
like,
the
"Yeah, if
big
you deal
ashen
with
one.
that, that's probably good."
Yeah, we probably have to deal with this tactfully. So whoever has the highest diplomacy bonus, which is probably me, might have to lead the conversation, tactfully telling his daughter that your daughter might be trying to sleep with strange men, and when she doesn't get her way, she I'd be spreading rumors about said men and to discredit their character.
Hopefully, you could say it more tactfully than that.
Right.
Also, I have a rank of diplomacy,
Yeah.
And
so
we
I
have a
you have some
sorcerer.
training
Yeah.
in it.
Like I have a +7, but if you got something higher than
Jesus, yeah,
then
I have,
I'll
I have a
I'll-
+5.
then I'll aid you. But yeah.
I'll stay out of it with my -2.
All right.
Might be for the best.
This is my
Yeah.
one and only party that like doesn't have everyone dumping fucking charisma.
And it's so important to have a face, at least one person that being the face of the party.
My last group, my group that runs this game on Sunday mornings realized that with this encounter realized that not being good with diplomacy is making things hard.
Right. So we go back to Vendor.
Yeah, Mr. Vendor.
Yeah.
Hear a long, loud sigh when you guys open the door.
Or I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I know you're not happy to see us again, but I feel that we need to clear the air about a few things, and well, it might be best to do this behind closed doors, out of earshot, out of other people whose business this isn't.
I think the building, I guess you can't see all of it, but he'll like tell you. He like crosses his arms. I don't have any customers in here right now. Spit it out.
All right. Hey, so you want me to roll throw the diplomacy check in first and then role play, or other way around?
Yeah, throw it in the dice tower. And then
Okay.
I'll use that to
Uh,
influence his responses.
All right. Okay. Sir, from what I understand about the situation that he and my associate here, or Crotus, we went to the sheriff earlier to talk about how we could improve our relationship around town, and he let us know that in my that it's about your daughter, that she might have been. How do I put this tactfully? Tactfully. The way he understands it is that your daughter approached my associate here, Crotus, what is about a alleged rat problem. Now, you say you don't have a rat problem, or at least not about a rat problem, about the size of the dog, as she was a suggestion. And when my associate brushed her off initially, she seemed to be not kind, or didn't exactly seem to enjoy that kind of push of of her rejecting her help or her advances, and she seemed to start spreading some unseemly rumors about Crotus's character. Her her Now, I'm not saying that her daughter or is necessarily a bad person, or not
I
at
think I
fault, but
understand exactly what you're saying. And I'll tell you right now, my daughter is not that kind of woman. What you are suggesting, heinous. It's disgusting. It's an insult of the highest caliber as far as I'm concerned.
I don't mean to insult you or your daughter's honor. It's just that I just Unless that perhaps she might be trying to get attention from you. And children, particularly young adults, might do stupid things to get that attention. And I'm asking, I'm asking you, as your as the father of this daughter, could you please talk to her a little bit and ask what's going on, and perhaps stop with these unseemly rumors about Crotus's character?
Like at this point, I have to talk to her. I would ask that you don't come back to my shop unless you have business. Then you want to purchase something from me.
I think that's fair. Or then I don't.
Discuss no more private matters with any of you.
I understand completely, sir. I'm sorry for bothering you, and I hope you have a nice day, regardless. And Aldeck escorts. I don't know if everyone came in the room with me, but
I think we're there for
Aldeck,
moral support. Yeah.
yeah, I think Aldeck signals everyone to leave the room, and he soon leaves after.
Before we leave, can I get a sense mode on him and try to get like a general feel of his like his emotions, like if he's actually like somewhat accepting you, and if he's angry at us about what we're saying?
Yeah, shoot. I think like he was genuinely listening to you. Obviously, he was frustrated. Both of these are things you're picking up.
Okay. And then turn around and walk out.
I tried what I could, and not necessarily really great handling with young children, perhaps, but
But yeah, look at how young
hopefully
she is.
young, relatively young compared to the rest of us, I guess.
Is she the older of the two daughters?
She's the younger. She's about Crotus's age.
Wait, Crotus, you're 17, right?
Yeah.
He said 17, but if you look at his sheet, it definitely says 30.
All right.
Does it say 30?
Yeah. I'm glad that you said 17 and meant 17 earlier, because that would have been awkward.
All right.
So I think we're going to call this session there, but I did want to talk with you guys about a few mechanical things today. We don't need to talk about them, but I would like to talk about them if everyone's okay with it. The big one
Basically.
being like kind of pertaining to what you guys were just dealing with. I kind of just want to explain the logic train. I've told a few of you before, since some of you have been in my games in the past, but there are a lot of encounters in these pre-made adventures that have logic trains. And in the case of this, a big part of what Shaylis did is basically choosing one of the more charismatic members of the party, particularly someone around her age, who's by themselves. Crodris fits all of those things. So she ends up being, infatuated with him. And there's more to that, but I just wanted kind of to explain how like some things like that will formulate. A lot of the times it is up to me, but there is, I think, more than a lot of people expect, where it's like the game will target people in different capacities based on that. Like obviously this wasn't like a combat piece, right? There are a lot of different ways this could develop. I think you guys just ended up with this one based on, roles and behaviors. There's a bunch of different ways that can actually play out. That's a decent example. Like there's a lot of versions of this story. There's a version where you end up socializing with Shay, and none of her family gets involved in it. And then on the other hand, there's a version where like you're over here and you're having to be like, hey, you think your daughter's being a little bit of a rumor monger? And there's a bunch in between that.
Right.
Any comments, questions, concerns?
No, not really.
And
Follow the logic.
I think you guys were being a little bit harder on yourselves today when it came to like people interacting with you. There have been like a few specific people you've talked to who aren't happy with you, but I'm not convinced that the entirety of the town is against you guys. Like I think you're still getting the stuff. You're still getting the comments that you were like the first few days you were in town. Like pretty much like Verisians are very nice people, so pretty much everyone's still waving at you and like saying hi to you as you pass by. And most of them are still thanking you. And fuck, there's even like the occasional like you walk by one of the fucking you walk by the bakery and maybe like one of the days the lady will come out and give you a fucking loaf of bread. Like these are people who are genuinely happy with you guys and trying to show their appreciation. It's just you guys have said and done some things that have made a few key people unhappy with you in various capacities.
I feel like there may be frustrations also, though, because like we're not getting any of the information to help us progress the story. We're not getting
Right.
further into the story, and we're not getting any information to push the story forward further. And it just kind of felt like we spent a day doing not really much.
It's intentionally supposed to be like that. Like you guys, I brought this up at the beginning of the campaign. Like I have a group that spent the portion you guys are at, they spent like 6 sessions just chilling in the town and doing stuff. But you guys are only pulling on like a few different, some of the more obvious strings. So like it's gonna feel a little bit emptier for you, even though I'm filling in more for you than I did for the previous group.
But perhaps that just means that we need more filled in for us, so that way we're not kind of sitting on our heels doing nothing. Like, I don't know. It just felt like I don't want to say empty session because it was mostly enjoyable, but it definitely like doesn't seem like much was accomplished.
I can do that, but this is supposed to be like a period of time that you guys are supposed to spend in town. So unless you want me to bombard, like if I give you all the stuff that's supposed to happen over the next X amount of time, it's gonna feel like 1 or 2 days are just fucking like a shit show as opposed to just the town dealing with stuff.
But maybe we could fast forward through some of those slower days.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I understand how the days are supposed to, how it might be written in the book. It's supposed to take place over a series of days, but at the same time, certain parts of this session felt really like it was really dragging our heels, and it felt like you were waiting for someone to suggest something.
It's definitely supposed to be that. Like it's supposed to be you guys integrating yourselves with the town and like finding places and people you want to interact with regularly. But if you guys just want me to jump you from places to places, I'm okay with that. It's just not the kind of thing I'm going to do before we talk about it.
All right.
I think after a little while, I'll probably get a little bit better of talking to people. I think being like work and all should be like kind of blunt and all.
So yeah, are you a full-blooded orc or a half orc? And
I'm
what's
a
your class?
Half orc barbarian.
Wow, didn't know.
I think you guys should be like this next coming session will pick up, especially now that I have like that vibe from you guys. I was already getting it and it was something I wanted to address, but I mean you guys ended up bringing it up before me. So I will compact things for the next session.
And I would prepare in the next few sessions to level up. Kind of have an idea of what you're going to do. I know for some of you that's not as easy as others, but that's why I'm bringing it up now. You guys have been doing quite a bit, especially if you're going to have me compact the sessions.
All right.
Okay.
Comments, questions, concerns? I know I already asked, but I kind of detracted from that.
I would say really good role playing from everybody today. I did enjoy all of our role playing.
Yeah, I do appreciate everyone getting a chance to shine this session.
Yeah, it was nice.
And that's the end of the stream,
I
everybody.
don't know. I kind of hate you all.
I will have another
You
game.
suck.
Screw you.
I will have another game tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a wonderful night.